Hello, and welcome to Legal Bites. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legal Bites merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
Let's rewind it a minute and a half, shall we? Thanks, guys. You have no idea what I just said. For all you know, I was giving the secrets of the world. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is still morning on the West Coast in the United States. Anyway, I've got the fur babies here with me this time. Immediately at the start of this, and I was just saying that probably the reason why Holmes jumped onto my desk here is because he saw that I decided to pull out my felting materials so that I could stick a needle into something out of plenty of frustration. And make it productive, right? So no, it's not Holmes's fault. I see that in the chat. Just blame Holmes. So yeah, the tuxedo kitty that you saw here, that's Holmes. And then Indy, the chocolate lab mix is she's elsewhere on the floor. She might hop onto her chair, even though Holmes likes to take that space as well. So yeah, anyhow, well, that was a great start. Anyhow, let's say hi to some folks in the chat here. We've got Brittany Chanel says good morning from cold and snowy Illinois. Good morning. We've got Michael Jones. Thanks so much for the super chat. Says greetings from okay, Kansas City. Good morning, or greetings. Good morning. It's probably afternoon for you now at this point, or noon-ish perhaps. Maria Araujo. Hello from Brazil. Hello. And let me see here. Is this, I've got it. I've got the screen shared. I've got the volume on, and they haven't quite started. So there's video, but there's no audio here. So we shall see here. Okay. Well, anyhow, I will, I'll do this. How's that? Let's see. Where else are people coming in from? We've got Fabiola de Anda from Los Angeles. Good morning. Tracy from Grafton, New York. Hello. Let's see here. Scrolling right past all of the wonderful chats from people graciously telling me that I had muted myself. Cheryl Mulholland Miller. Hello from Bonnie Rigg, Scotland. Hello. Where else have we got here? Coming through. We've got Oh, we've got JC. Good evening for me here in the UK. Good evening. We've got Jan E. Wallace from Glasgow, Scotland. I'm doing well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well also. And let's see. Where else have we got people coming in from? We've got CJ Calloway. Howdy from San Luis Obispo. Hello. Catlin from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hallie F. from Bandera County, Texas. Genergy from Sicklerville, New Jersey. Ooh, we've got the judge coming in.
He's on his way.
Jill M. from Texas. The Sub-Zito from East Coast. Happy to see you guys here as well. And, okay. The end of 17 from Pennsylvania. All right, here we go. We've got more Brooks. This time we should be hearing from his people if he's got them. We'll see. And probably there's probably about a 110% chance I think that we actually hear from Darrell Brooks himself. So that'll probably be the longest soliloquy that we get from anybody today. And then we will ultimately hear from Judge Dorow, who will give her sentencing on the 70 charges that are up to her discretion. There are 6. The first degree intentional homicide are all mandatory life sentences. So he's already got 6 life sentences that are required under Wisconsin law. And the other 70 are going to be up to Judge Dorow's discretion. Does anybody actually think that she's going to give anything other than the maximum? I don't see any mitigating factors at this point that would point to giving him any amount of leniency, right? Like just absolutely nothing. So, I mean, unless something comes up from one of the people that are going to be speaking on his behalf, I don't know. But yeah, I think that there has been enough that has happened through the course of this trial and the course of yesterday's sentencing, which was arguably worse than what happened during the trial. Because after having so much time to think about his actions and to think about the impact that he may have had on these people, and then being confronted with these people actually telling him the things that they went through because of what he did and the choices that he made, and his constant scoffing, laughing, rolling his eyes, patting his chest, pretending to pray, all of this bullshit that he pulled.
The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Apper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
AD, thanks for the super chat. I'll bring it up in a minute.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks Jr.
Oh, is it his name actually?
Here for this matter without prejudice.
He's willing to go by his name now.
And I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account for me at this time.
All right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted. The court will not be addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the sentencing hearing. I do have the Zoom up. I have not brought in any of the individuals from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
There's 2 issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement, if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either the court taking a break?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom. Yes.
All right. Any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim
Of course you don't.
being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom.
It's because you were so focused on yourself, dude.
I think it may have been a break.
No.
That may have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
I love how Judge Dorow just lets him ramble on.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf. Okay. Other than that, is there anything else you wish the court to address before I hear from victims or your family members?
Yes, I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf.
4
if that
people.
pleases Your Honor.
4
All
whole
Zoom?
people?
Yes, correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by
I
Zoom?
have 3. I guess I just wasn't clear if the 4th was going to be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe the 4th was trying to access the Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble, I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
Tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Alward, and Dawn 1 that I assume is Woods.
All right. Who would be the 4th then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
Marsha Winters. Okay, we don't have a Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be.
think he sent the link to.
Oh, he created the link.
So
All right.
that should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters.
Yes, Miss Winters. Correct.
Should she need it.
That might be the mix up maybe she was having. Maybe she thought it was a link, or I'm not sure.
There can be a link, and the clerks have that as well. So we'll get it.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
put it in
'cause-
the broadcast. There's a chat function. We'll get it in there so they can pass it on, and hopefully at the appropriate time she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, then with that, if Brooke would like to stand up, I know it's a minor. And thank you. The microphone is being handed to her. All right, go ahead. And thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorenson. I'm Virginia Sorenson's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us.
I remember
She
this one.
always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
Yeah, we heard this yesterday, but the reason why they're saying they're doing it again is because
That
it got
request,
interrupted
and
by his
we have nothing further at
interruptions in
this
the
time.
courtroom.
All right, then.
So she
we
felt
will
like she didn't
bring in the
quite have a chance to
individuals
do her
who are on the Zoom, and then
impact
I'll
statement
give
the way that
them
she
some
wanted to.
instructions on how that should proceed. Do you have all 3 trying to join?
I admitted all of the same time.
AD, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, should societal inequities be considered mitigating circumstances?
Is this your mom?
It depends on
All right, so I can see
the context and the
Dawn Woods
circumstances,
on
but
the
generally
Zoom. Ms.
speaking, I
Woods,
think
can you
it's
hear
much
me?
more about individual.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you have your
Individual
camera
circumstances.
on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms. Edwards, if you could please, I'm going to have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
I'm very curious to
Sure.
hear this.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts, used in campaign ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones and viewed by many of not having a place in society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability for their actions. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again? In their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them.
He
Lawmakers
definitely
should
has been speaking
support
for himself and has indicated he's understood this
by
process.
providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it. And I think I have a little insight on it. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the signs of mental illness first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on top of, instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks, just maybe there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was
Generally
injured or
speaking, she's
killed
not
because
wrong. I don't
someone
disagree with the
of
things that she's
mental
saying,
illness attacked them.
but
Maybe
as applied
that
in
needs
this
to be
case,
done. Treatment needs to be done early
I don't
and
think
right
I
away
don't think these are
and
mitigating
stay
factors in
up
this
on,
case.
and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door as the same. You don't have a mental illness. You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail is not the only answer. Help, treatment, hospitalization, and medication, it plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late, great Maya Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era. But I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Caged Bird. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings of fearful thrills, of things unknown, but long for still. And his tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain. And I pray that the Lord would continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. And I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom
Those
shows
tears are
up.
not
So
real.
that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't
Then I'll
blame her as a
turn
mother.
next to
I would expect a mother to
Mary Edwards.
come and talk
You
on
want to
behalf
turn
of her
your
son.
camera on and unmute, and then Ms. Woods, if you
Yes,
would.
But I
ma'am.
disagree very much so with what she's asking for.
If you want to take her camera.
Good afternoon.
And I should say for the record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and then I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
Oh, there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to
Who's-
go?
I need to know who's in the room with you because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay,
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
well, all right, that's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to
Can,
know
is
I
it
saw
a problem
someone
with
else.
him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll
All
just,
right, my husband is here.
will he be speaking or
Okay.
just you?
No. No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is
Okay.
located. So go
Thank-
ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., and I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here, this tragedy that has been caused by my grandson. I want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father. And Darrell has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12, and it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life helping what the Bible calls the least of these, AKA society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode.
None of
1
this
in
is
20
relevant to Darrell
Americans
Brooks.
lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression. Suicide is a leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign.
That's good for you,
I
but it
have
says
faith
nothing
to
about
believe
Darrell
that God
Brooks.
will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
Again, this hasn't said anything about his
Thank you,
character
Ms.
or
Edwards.
mitigating circumstances about him and why he should not be given the maximum punishment. I mean, it's all well and good that
Is
his
there anyone
grandmother's a
else on the Zoom,
doctor
Madam
who
Clerk?
who
No, and I
a doctor of
reached out
some
to
sort
Matt
who
after
says that
the
she's she's become a mental health
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do
advocate in
not
some
have
respect.
anyone else.
Michelle Alward.
Oh, we have Michelle Alworth.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
about
not
that.
much.
Thank you, thank you. All right, if Ms. Alworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you
Hi,
are,
my name is Michelle Alward. Can you hear me?
yes, I can. Go ahead,
I'm kind of
please.
sick. My son's here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool.
That's okay. Go
My name is
ahead.
Michelle. My name is Michelle Alworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is. Sorry. He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with his tragic event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home, and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay. During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost lose my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always carry that with him, knowing this happened. I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
All right, then
That's
at this
everyone.
time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, I do have a lot to say.
Oh, God.
I would like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
Buckle up, guys. It's going to be long, I think. A long, rambling,
Emotional.
mostly
I apologize for
incoherent
taking so long.
statement that's all about himself and his own personal suffering and the fact that he won't be able to see his own children or some kind of bullshit.
I want to start first. By giving glory to God.
Yeah, I think you can keep God out of this one, Mr. Brooks.
I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. He shed his blood on that cross, and he died. And he was buried, and that he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. And it's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said
Thanks for the
regarding
super
my
chat, Detective
conscience being
Seeds.
clear.
Conscience is clear again.
And having the time to think about it last night and to understand
Thanks for the super chat, Andy.
that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions, and understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having any understanding.
Alec Collins, I'm going to save your question for later.
To that point,
just so you know,
that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up. Learning how to wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard. Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this. But one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell. When it's just you and the walls. One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened. That's a question I struggle with myself. The why, the how. how could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs, I know who I am. God knows who I am. And I don't have any words of anger, any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before,
You've been throwing them with your body language this
I
entire
had
time.
to
What
look
are you
inside
talking about?
myself and understand why the comments were being made, why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to. If I may,
You just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect it. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this. There are a lot of different reasons why.
So you could hide your face as you were smirking behind it while people were
But it
bearing their
definitely has
souls about the
nothing to
things
do
that
with
they've gone
hiding
through.
anything. There is nothing to hide. When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're on pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from?
Talking about like as if the publicity on this has not been enjoyable
want
to him. Like he's been loving every second of it. Are you
Each and
kidding
every
me?
victim in this incident, family members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha,
That you're sorry. That's the only thing that
I
should
want
come
you
out
to
of your
know
mouth.
that not only am I sorry for what happened,
All right. So at least there's that.
I'm sorry that you could not see
Oh God. What?
what's truly in my heart. That you
I'm
cannot
sorry.
see
You could not see what was truly in my
the
heart.
remorse that I have. That you cannot
It's on you, community of
listen to
Waukesha,
all the phone
to
calls
see
that
what's
I've
in my
made to my
heart,
family,
not through my actions
that
or
you
through my
cannot
behaviors
hear
or
all the
through my
prayers that I've
remarks.
said in my cell, that you
You gotta
cannot
be kidding me.
count all the tears that I've dropped in
For
this
yourself?
year.
For yourself?
The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told. And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there. It's harder to pull back the veil. It's harder to look deeper than the surface.
Sandra, you're right. He did basically just say sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry.
And regardless,
you didn't stop my foot from pounding on the gas.
to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened.
Thank you for the super chat, Sandra.
I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that.
You are not entitled to hold ill will towards anyone involved in this
I have
case.
to be okay with the fact that people will be angry, some for a long time,
Forever, and they are
some forever.
justified.
I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not respond to those comments in anger either.
You're not entitled to respond to those comments in anger. You're just not. I'm sorry. Yesterday, I was just sad. Today, I'm just pissed.
I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost. Give back joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ. I believe that all that comes with time.
Maybe a real
process.
apology would be a good start. Like a real sincere apology. Start there. You don't get forgiveness before contrition.
It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things that I've said over the duration of this trial were there's a lot of misconception. I don't consider myself to be a man of God yet.
What? He literally
It's
just said
something
he was
that
a
I'm
man of
learning with time, with faith, with study.
I mean, it's true that every human
Lord
being is
willing,
on
I
their own
will
path
make it to
and
that
always
point
trying to make
at
themselves better, ideally.
God's appointed time. Something that I'm learning.
Jesus.
For anyone
Janny
that
Wallace, thanks
doesn't
so much for
think
your super chat. And I think you're
that I've
right.
spent time
In a case that was factually as clear as this one.
in the scriptures,
Yeah,
even
I
before
agree.
this, you're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times. Countless other passages are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about
Familiarity with
scripture is not
something
only
and
studying
actual
and reading it, it's
understanding of
about
something are two
applying it
different
to your
things.
life, applying it. It's not about just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it. At times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial,
I think it's pretty clear that he's just coming up with this on the
I've
fly.
become frustrated at times.
I've managed to make one full ball at this
I
point.
want you, Your Honor, to
Relatively
know.
firm one too.
I want the entire court to know that
Moving on to the second.
regardless to
I don't know. I don't think he has a
what you
time
may
limit. They haven't
think
talked about
about
any time limits here.
those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant
Interlocution. That's the only
learning how to deal
appropriate
with
thing for him to
everything,
say
learning
at this
how
point.
to take
Thanks for the super
everything
chat.
in. What you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here.
Threats and people shouting at you. Oh, I feel so
It
sorry
was
for
like
you.
a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for
What
a
about the
person like me,
frustration of
it's
the mom
easy
who
for
had
me to
a
get to
child
that
at
point.
11 years old go through 18 surgeries? 18 surgeries. You want to talk about frustration? You got to be kidding me,
And so
man.
it would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court.
Well, at least there's that.
Nothing about it was personal.
I don't know about that.
It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself.
You were given the biggest opportunity to defend yourself.
And I think it was just
You had an attorney that you
pot
fired.
boiling over. I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. for long as I can remember. I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface, a lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. Not just that, but
A little
the
contrary to what his
difficulties of
grandmother
life
said, which is that most people
general.
actually kind of do go through some mental health issues at some point in their lives.
The childhood I had,
You're an adult now at this point. You can make adult decisions.
not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us.
It's unfortunate, but that doesn't it doesn't negate
I
anything
remember
that you
being a
freaking
child
did
and
here, man.
me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children. My
Interesting that
sisters
his sister didn't come to speak on his behalf.
passed away,
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind
but I
that.
remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom
I take that back about the
standing
sister.
in the welfare
My
line to
apologies.
get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam. And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it's normal. I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs. Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it. A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that.
Yeah, I'm a little pissed today, John O'Rourke. I am. Yeah.
Physical
Drink your nail
abuse
polish. I'm in agreement with you.
by the people that are supposed to love you. Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does, why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want. Fact of the matter is,
Alex Martin, thanks so much for your super
I
chat.
have at times been medicated. Have been in mental health facilities, only for a short time. I can honestly say that life was better. It helped. I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right. You can't let your guard down.
He's giving like life advice to people now.
It's a lot.
Sandra, thank you so much for your super chat. And yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The fact that you've been through
It's
hardships
a lot.
does not
And
mean that you have a blank slate to just go and do so many horrible things, especially something as horrible as this.
back to what I said about truth.
76 counts. Each of those represents one person.
People are
Zero
going
remorse
to,
throughout this entire
like I
trial.
said, believe what they want, and that's okay. This needs to be said. What happened on November 21st, 2021 was not
Oh,
an
God.
attack.
It was an attack. Then what was it? Pray tell.
It was not planned,
Doesn't
plotted.
mean it's not an attack. You made decision after decision after each person that you hit. You continued going and then accelerated at one point, at least one point.
When you constantly hear that, perpetuated, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, constantly pushed.
What?
You wonder why? Why?
That's what we're all wondering, is why you did what you did. Like an actual reason, not an excuse.
This was
Other
not
than
an
that
attack.
that you're a loathsome human being. Stephen Yarger, thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, that is what this feels
This
like.
was
Is an abusive
not
ex telling you why it's
an intentional
not
act.
his fault he hit you. Why it's your fault. You were standing there in the way of my fist, right?
No matter
I didn't plan to hit you in the face. God.
how many times you say it over and over, it was not.
No matter how many times you say it was not an attack, it was an attack. Dawn of the Deado, thanks so much for your super chat. Yeah, this does feel like
I have a lot of,
one person
and this
soliloquy therapy session. It's
has
very
nothing
strange.
to do with the victims, the families of the victims. And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds. I could never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their
fact
opinions,
that
how they
he's even
feel.
talking
Never.
about pointing a
And I
finger at
won't do
them
it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever.
is just like is enough
They're
to just
well
hate
within
him.
their rights to feel how they feel.
Like, it's almost as if he's trying to like put himself as a martyr to be like, oh, I'm not going to be angry at them for, you know, for being mad at me for this whole thing.
I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims.
Oh, Francisco, thank you so much for your super chat.
It was
This
towards
guy is something, that's for sure.
Miss Susan L. Opper. And I won't even throw shots back at her. Again,
I won't even throw
choose
shots back at her. That's
to take the high road.
Oh God. He does not deserve to talk about taking any kind of high road.
In spite of the clear language that was used by her. Not going to fire back. I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do the thing that I'm doing right now.
Am I angry?
You're
Hell
not
yeah.
entitled to be angry. You're not entitled to. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah.
Red Knight, thanks so much for the super chat.
So what?
God bless you, Red Knight. It says, I
When it
dealt
boils down to
with
it,
bugs and stamps. I was handed over to someone and treated like a literal
the
slave.
whole prosecution
including
team
regular
had a
meetings.
job
I
to
became a
do.
mental health counselor and he became a murderer. It's about choices.
Can't be mad at somebody
God
for
bless
doing their
you.
job.
I'm so sorry that you went through what you went through, but I'm very happy that you, unlike this man, chose to do something good with your life and to turn the darkness into light.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchild, I respect you guys. Regardless of what you
Hell yeah,
may feel
thanks so much
about
for the
me,
super
I
chat.
respect you guys.
No one cares about your
I really
respect.
do.
Thomas Harkins, thanks so much for your super chat. This is like my ex-wife telling me why all things is bad. Yeah.
I respect you too, Attorney Opera.
I mean, no, you don't. You clearly don't. You have shown through your actions that you respect no one.
Difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job.
I think everyone
And I
else in the
never
world absolutely respects how she did her job. She did a phenomenal job. She did this with dignity and respect and with
But I
with
refuse
class.
to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice.
Oh my
I refuse to do any of that.
Such a saint, guys.
And I
This
realized
man
that
is
last night.
such a saint because he refuses to raise his voice.
The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you.
Oh, but I'm holding back.
Out
So
of
I'm such a
frustration
good
and out of the
person,
fact
right?
of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. How you had the audacity to speak on situations
Prosecutor hurt my
that had nothing to
feefies.
do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations.
You've got to be kidding me. Nick Wilson, I see your
Just by
member
reading the
chat.
police report.
Destroy Voodoo Doll, please. We're getting there. Yeah. Alex Martin, I'm
I
in
think
agreement with you.
every
That's definitely how
situation
it's
is
coming
unique
across.
in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that frankly, it's none of your concern.
What?
Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that. You would think that you have some kind of integrity.
Yeah, Maria, exactly.
Even with that, not gonna bash,
Okay.
not gonna say anything disrespectful, not gonna call you anything other than your God-given name.
Patty Dose Lost, thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna go on for a while, I think.
As far as the integrity, though, I won't ever be able to wrap my head around
BB Malone, thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, exactly.
why you did things the way you did it. Made reference to this being an open and shut case.
It is an open and shut case, which is why
Yet you needed a whole team.
what any case is going to, generally speaking, is best to have
open and shut case, as you said.
at least two people. This guy's an idiot.
And again, no disrespect.
Oh, again, no disrespect. No disrespect, but I'm going to say things that are totally disrespectful.
Good child. I feel like those the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you.
There was a reason why your case had strong points and it's not from you. Maybe it was all of the facts of the case. The fact that everything was on camera, there were photos everywhere, there were tons of witnesses, dozens of witnesses who were able to speak to what happened. Because you did this in broad daylight. You mowed down 76 people.
31
more than
years. You said, well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this. 31 years. I don't believe you're that bright.
Oh, I don't believe you're that bright. He's the smartest man in the room, ladies and gentlemen.
Yet,
John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat.
I respect you having.
I don't think you're that smart, but I respect what?
The resolve to take on something of this magnitude for this community.
The only reason why this case is a challenge is because of your courtroom antics. It's literally the only thing.
And regardless, when I leave this courtroom, I will have no ill feelings.
You're not entitled to have ill feelings. But clearly you do have ill feelings because you just said, I don't think you're that smart. Thanks so much for the super chat, Maria. I love that she's making sure he knows she's looking at him straight in the face. Like, go ahead, say your parting words. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Just giving him
I know this is
her full
being
attention to say like,
live stream.
which is why you are
I believe even
taking
in
a
other
long
countries.
soliloquy,
I've
of
gotten
course.
some mail from Germany, Belgium. A lot of it hate mail,
I would imagine so.
which doesn't. I
Justin
stopped
Schweik,
reading
thanks
it
so much for your
months
super
ago,
chat.
so it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant. I do want to say something to
Yeah, this is his final speech before
everybody
curtains.
watching.
So
as
I
far
anticipated this
as,
was going to take a while.
those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against myself, but my family, my children.
B, I don't think that they're going to be responding to this since they made their statement already to the judge. I mean, I don't
I have
think
no
so, but
value
I'm not
in
certain.
anything that you say. Doesn't bother me, doesn't affect me. Keep up the bad work.
Doesn't matter what anyone says, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to stay the same. No matter what
To
kind of
everyone
truths
else,
are lobbed at him.
The people that have sent letters of support,
Ari the Centauri, thanks so much for your super chat.
I thank you for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's
Debbie Faison Cooks,
the
thanks so
most
much for
hated
your
man on the
super
planet
chat.
at this point.
It's true that
right
narcissists
now
don't
in
believe anything
time.
is their fault. I have 2 stepdaughters that act the same way. I'm so
It's
sorry.
not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do
I'm
that.
so sorry that you have to go through that. Mac Medic 892,
I
thanks for your
you
super chat.
for that. My family,
Yeah, I'm
thanks
sure
you
that
for
that those attorneys that he fired were happy to be rid of him, probably.
I want to say to the mother of my children,
Yeah, the
the
prosecutor's not going to
mothers
want to
excuse
object to
me,
any of this. I mean, and
of
there's
my children.
I don't see any real basis for objecting to it, because it's just, you know, this is just for this is all for the judge, right? So
Obviously, I think
we're not dealing with a jury that
I
can
think
be
I should
somehow
start with
unduly influenced by some improper methods or
the
whatever. Like
obvious.
Judge Dorow
Erica
knows what she's
Patterson.
doing here.
I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate you. I refuse to go that route.
Again, he's so saintly.
Always have love for you. I always respect you. We got a beautiful daughter.
His love is not the kind of love that I would
I
ever want
haven't
to
always
receive from anyone.
Been
Ever.
right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you. What I will say is, it always takes 2. I pray that at some point you will reconcile with your children, and that you remember who I am here in my heart. That you remember that.
I hope she does remember who he is in his heart, so that she stays
My
the
oldest
F
son,
away from him
who's an
for the
adult,
rest of her life and
his
doesn't have to worry
mother,
about him.
beautiful, beautiful spirit. I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was.
Harry Ord, thank you for your
When
super
I
chat.
couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and just couldn't figure things out. She would take the time to sit and listen and I thank her for it. Times where I had nowhere to go, she would find me in the back of abandoned cars or trucks or something of that nature, and she would do things to help. You know, it's a lot of people, a lot of good people out there in the world still.
You are not one of them, sir.
She's one of them. I thank you, Angel. That's her name too, by the way, Angel. When I was all over the place mentally, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions.
Yeah. Kate Elisa, thanks so much for your super chat. And yeah, completely agree with you.
Trying to figure out
This is him trying
how life would go
him
being
continuing
young,
that
young
abusive behavior.
parents. The both of us. She never once judged me. She never once ridiculed me and downed me because of my issues. She always was willing to be there. I'm eternally grateful for that. Jessica, my youngest daughter's mom. I believe it's a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that he does.
Crystal, thank you.
You came into my life at a time where everything was chaotic.
I think this was just, it needed to happen. I needed something.
I didn't have a clue how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into
Harry
my life
Ord,
at
thanks
a
so
time
much
where
for
I
your
was
super chat.
pondering,
He's frustrating me throughout this trial, and I've had to turn my phone
what
off
did I
loads of
even
time.
have
Yeah,
to live for?
I completely understand when people say that they need to step away because it's so incredibly frustrating.
And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl. I always get emotional talking about her in particular because she's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. Very close.
Are you really? Are you sure?
I felt like
Nina Albertson, thanks
when
for your
Missy
super
was
chat.
born,
Thank you for your kind words. I just, after yesterday, at 9
that was
hours
God
of
giving me
sorrow,
a chance to make good on the mistakes I
it's
made with
just,
my
it kind
older
of
two children at the
primes
time.
you
I
for
felt like
just
that
to just
was
be angry, right?
redemption. Everything that I didn't
Alex
do
Martin,
right
thanks so much for your super
before, I
chat.
had the chance
Rage
to right
washing
that
dishes,
wrong.
not the smartest thing. Whatever you need to do, right? Yeah. Yeah. Stabby crafting was a necessity for me on this one.
She's probably the single-handed reason why I'm even still breathing.
And everyone is sad about that.
She's such a light in my life. Such a light. She doesn't even understand the extent of everything that's going on. She
Good.
doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she
Good for
wants
her.
to
She's fortunate.
be able to see me when she wants to. She just doesn't get it. And I know that.
I probably should have muted my mic.
And I'm mindful that there are people in this community that feel the same exact way. That lights in their life that were taken. So without being insensitive to that, I'll move past that.
Okay. Good. I'm glad it's not it's at least not annoying.
My baby girl that I love her. I love you, Missy. My baby boy. Was born in June during the time that I've been here. His mother, Quita. I regret not being able to be there for the times that
Now we're going for his shade of
both
orange.
of them needed me the most. It's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help.
From you?
Having to move
BB Malone, thanks for the
residencies
super chat. I hope
because of
when/if
this
he ever finishes,
tragedy.
the judge says, thanks for wasting everyone's time and sentenced you to
Not
800
feeling
plus
safe
years, slams the gavel and walks out.
while she was pregnant, not feeling safe, receiving threats, things like that.
I don't
there.
see any of these other people receiving threat. I mean, it's possible, of course, because there are crazy people out there. Obviously, Darrell Brooks is an example, but I have a hard time believing that the mother of any of his children are getting death threats on his behalf.
I know what it's
because
like
they have
to
also been abused by him.
Be at the birth of your children and see them born and cut the umbilical cord and to do all those things. I've done that.
Have you? Really? I don't know that I believe that.
And to not be able to do it for her and for him.
Detective Seeds, same. Cannot wait to hear what she has to say, because then she can, for the first time, she can like speak freely because it's her opinion that matters, right? So
to only know what he looks like because of pictures.
He's better off, trust me. SG, thank you. Magnetic 892 objection, facts not in evidence.
For her.
Also fair. La Francisco, thanks for your super chat. I've answered emails, took a shower, and took the dog out. And he's still talking.
Be in the
yes.
city or,
yes, he is filibustering at this point. Congress can learn a thing or two
around
from him.
My family members to build that rapport because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with. And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her.
Stephen Yarger, I think she's going to keep it very classy and very professional because she is a judge after all. But I think that she is going to give her opinions of his conduct throughout the trial, his conduct
Her
throughout the
expressing
sentencing
her
hearings,
anger
and
to me,
and everything that she's heard, and she will be able to give her opinion. Like I said, in a classy and
not
professional
knowing
way, though.
how everything would go.
So it's not going to go to tomorrow. Judge Dorow indicated that she that the hearing is yesterday and today.
Hurtful.
And I have a feeling that that's why today started at noon as opposed to 8:30 like yesterday did.
I want her to know.
Is because she probably figured that he would go for as long as
I believe God
he
has a
would
plan
fill all
for
that
everything.
space that he was allowed, or that people would allow him, I should say.
It's about doing the best you can inside of God's will. Say what you want about me.
People will.
I'm not gonna walk away from my children.
I think you already have, based on what we've
refuse
heard.
to walk away from my children. I love all four of you.
I don't think you know what love
And
is,
that won't
Mr.
stop
Brooks.
for nothing. No matter what. A lot of reference yesterday was made about death. In reference to opinions towards myself.
Keep circling back to what people are saying about him, what people
I
are
do
thinking
not
about
fear
him.
death.
There's no death penalty here. No,
Not one bit.
you're not. That's not an issue. Sandra Ramirez, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships to
fear
people.
death because I'm in
So
Christ.
kind of you, so generous again. And to everyone that just got a membership, welcome to Bite Club. And hope to see you on Friday for our
Whether
members
we believe it or
exclusive
not,
live stream. Just a chill, casual
at some
hangout where
point,
we talk about
we all
stuff.
have a date. Everyone on this planet has a date.
And we all wish yours were sooner than it probably will be.
In the word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die. The way I see it, it's inevitable. So why fear it? I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going when this
Thanks
is all
again,
over.
Sandra. So kind of you.
1,000,000% confident. Regardless of what anyone thinks or says, I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going.
I think we're all confident as to where you're going, man. I don't think that it is where you think you're going.
We all got to stand before the judgment seat of Christ at some point.
SG, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. And I
All
hope
of
to
us.
see you on Friday as well for our Bike Club member stream.
Nobody's any better than the next person.
I I think
Contrary to belief, I do not feel like I'm above anyone.
okay.
I don't feel like I'm superior to anyone.
You can say that all you want,
I
man.
breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else.
Okay,
I'm no
dude.
better.
Kate Elisa, thanks so much for your super chat. Is he going to build a box for it? I don't know. Maybe this will turn into a presentation. And it'll become some kind of a strange metaphor that he wants
I'm a
to turn it
human
into.
being. I'm not a monster.
Objection, facts, not an evidence.
I'm a human being that's been trying to figure out for 35 years.
Nicholas Darrow, yep. Yep, you're right. Pride, a deadly sin. Thanks so much for the super chat.
Questions that I've never got the answer to. I noticed yesterday in a lot of the victims' statements that a lot of the victims are going through the healing process. Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims' family members for a year now to be able to make it through that process. But it is a process. It won't happen overnight. There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if, you know, this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into. I definitely was paying attention. And I heard in a lot of those
Were you?
statements, people that were having their own mental health issues.
Oh, God. Do not
Some
comment on your
recognizing
mental
what
health.
it was, others not so much. But that's what it was.
You do not
lot
get to
of
comment
things
on the mental health issues of the victims that got up and spoke. You mother.
You just can't quite wrap your head around.
Some of them didn't even recognize it because he's such an expert at recognizing these things. He's so wise.
Believe it or
grand Darrell Brooks. But don't forget, guys, he doesn't think that he's better than anyone else in the room.
You were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time. Questioning life itself. Questioning what's the point of being here to go through all this pain.
What's
to
the
go
point in being
through
here? He says. Why did we even go through this
all
whole
the
trial
doubts,
process?
feelings of inadequacy I can relate to firsthand.
I'm sure you can. Maybe because you are, man.
Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied. Growing up, I can relate to all of that because I've been through it.
That wouldn't surprise me. Still doesn't justify anything that he did, inside or outside the courtroom.
Not knowing if you even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that. Wondering if you'll even be missed when you're gone.
Dude, you do not want people to answer that question on your case.
The weirdest hours of the morning, just sitting up and just finding
Harry
something
Ord,
to
thanks for your
stare
super
at.
chat. Yeah. Yeah. He has the audacity to compare what he says he's been through to the
Hoping
people
that an
who
answer may just
had their loved
fall out of
ones
the sky on you.
violently and publicly taken away from them. A 17-year-old who had to go through
Me
her
myself,
18th birthday, prom, graduation, all without her
like
mom.
I said, raised
She'll
Christian.
never get
but
to
it's been
plan her
so
wedding
many
with her mom.
times
She'll
through
never
the
get to ask
years
her
that
parenting advice. And this guy has the audacity
I've doubted
to
God.
compare whatever he's been
It's
through
time. I think everyone
her
in this
trauma.
room can say that. If you believe, you've doubted, you've questioned, you've wondered. Been in situations that just can't figure out why. How did I get here?
Law Francisco, thanks for the super chat. Hate is a
What
strong
did
word,
I
but he's
miss?
definitely off
What
the
did
Christmas card list.
what didn't I
Dancer
catch?
out, I'm
What didn't
done.
I
Yeah.
see? What
Yeah. No.
how did it ever
I'm with
get to
you.
this?
How did it
How
get
did
to
it ever
this?
end up with this?
Because you made the choices you made, asshole. That's how.
At some point we've all been in that position. Obviously, in my shoes, it's a little different.
My situation's a little bit different than theirs.
I said before,
Pamela, see, I'm not sure what I said that made you
for the
laugh,
people
but
that
I'm glad I was able to give some amusement.
don't have any understanding, I can't sit here and be what people want me to be. We're all individuals. We all have our own ways of looking at things, and we all
Darrell Brooks, orange, finished.
have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique. Is
Secret McSquirrel,
our
I see your
individualism.
member chat.
How
Please make it stop.
one person
I
may
know.
react to something,
Agreed.
another person may feel the same exact way, but probably
Rachel
not
Owens,
react the same way.
thanks for the super chat. A number of reasons, I think, but
People can agree
I think the basic reason
on certain
is that
things
he didn't think
and
that they
still
would
have a
represent
different
him in the way that
approach.
he wanted them to, essentially. So, was it a wise choice? Absolutely not. Could they have gotten a different result from him than he did? I don't think so.
And
Maybe on the sentencing, yes.
listening to all the victims yesterday that
Maria, thanks so much for your super chat.
you know
It's
had
like
the
that
courage
toxic
to
TF will
speak
ramble in the hopes you forget what he did wrong.
and state
Yeah,
their opinions and
I would agree with that.
vent their frustrations and their anger and everything. I heard a lot of what should have been done, what could have been done as far as to the remorse. I apologize for not showing people what they wanted to see. I just ask that there be understanding to.
No,
That there's a side out of the
I'm-
courtroom that's
I'm
not
adding.
seen.
I'm adding to my colors so that I can make
What's seen in the
some
courtroom
kind of a
is just
garland
a
maybe for
small,
Christmas or
a
something.
small piece
but
of the whole puzzle.
Kate Elisa, thanks for the super chat. He's just talking in circles now. Yeah, he is. It's
Just
like
a
he's got
fraction.
nothing else to say, so he's gonna just go right back to what he said before until he basically realizes that there's no other way that he can
The
like
majority of the
add
time,
some
I'm
other
not standing
weird
in the courtroom
spin
or
on
sitting in the courtroom.
what he said before.
It's not a day.
No, I can't juggle.
It's not an hour.
I'll make some kind
that
of a
goes
garland
by
or
that I
something.
haven't thought about what's happened. That I haven't tried to wrap my head around how something like this could happen.
How does this happen? Because of your choices, of course. It's the things that you decided to do.
Where I haven't thought about the pain that you all are in.
No one believes that for a second. That you have ever
What
thought
was
about the
lost and
pain.
in the fashion that it was lost. Contrary to what people may think.
Believe what I say, not what I do, is what he's telling everyone in the world. Don't believe your eyes, people. Believe me.
You get to a point, though.
We heard this before in a certain other trial.
Obviously, it's
recently.
different.
Don't believe the evidence
With me being in this
in front of
position,
your own
and
eyeballs. Believe what I
people
say.
being on the
I'm a
other side
compassionate person. I think
the
about other
coin, so
people's
to speak.
suffering.
It's a different position. On my end, you get to a point to where you just tired.
We all wish that you would
get to a
retire
point
from
where
this.
You've cried all the tears you can cry.
Alex Martin, thanks for the super chat.
Prayed all the
Should have
prayers
put a
you
clock
can
on
pray.
this.
You never
Yeah, she
stop
may be thinking
praying,
that.
but it's repetitive at this point. You get to a point where
It's repetitive. Is that literally what he just
you're
said?
completely drained. You don't know what else you have to give.
Yeah, Cheryl Mulholland Miller, thanks so much for your super chat. Yeah.
There was many court dates in the beginning of all these proceedings that I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom without breaking down.
Okay.
It was times where I didn't even feel like I was going to make it through a court
Stuck on
proceeding.
Strings, thanks so much for your super chat. Came in late, loving the snark in the chat, is catching up.
When I did
This
have
soliloquy is worse than a
representation,
Greek
it was
tragedy.
times where I
Dear Lord, put him
told
away now.
my
Yeah,
representation,
agreed.
no, I don't.
Patty Joe Sloss, thanks so
And
much for your
that
super
wasn't
chat. Poor
because
Judge Darrow is going
I
to
just
need
didn't
a
want to
comfort
come in the
break
courtroom.
soon.
It was because
She just might.
mentally I could not handle it. I couldn't.
Oh, so sad. You couldn't handle going into a hearing for the things that you did.
Having to be prepped for everything that I was gonna walk into. Them telling me, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just like, wow.
Cry harder, dude.
How am I gonna do
Cry
this?
harder.
I want everyone to know though, when you walk out of the
Thanks for
courtroom
the
and the
super chat. He's
cameras
trying
aren't
to beat his
rolling
last
anymore,
filibuster record. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
you don't have the
And that
world
secret mixed
looking
squirrel
at
with
you
a
anymore.
similar thought. Thanks for the super chat. Do you think he's trying to filibuster 180 years? Maybe.
That's when you can
He's
feel like you're
hoping
human
that
again.
Judge Dorow will say time
When you
served
can
because of the fact that everyone has been imprisoned
go
by
back
this
to your
long
cell,
soliloquy
drop
of
your tears,
self-pity and
pray,
self-aggrandizement.
punch your mat if you're frustrated. Sleep it off. Whatever you may choose to do. And I wonder how things would be different if the
Harry
cameras was
Marnell,
rolling
thanks for the
then.
super chat. Oh, how would things be different without the cameras, sir? This his last bit of control.
When
They
we
have to listen
remove
to him. He
all
knows after
this
this he's being told what to do for the rest of his life. Yeah.
courtroom,
Yep. Exactly.
how would
And this is why, and I think this is also
how would
why
it be
the
then?
judge is going to have a lot of patience on this, is because it's like this is the last chance for him, right? Granted, he's also got other cases. I think they've indicated that there's another criminal case someplace else. I don't know if that's still going to be ongoing or if they're just going to like waive that after he has 1,000 years to spend in
We've
prison.
all
But he's also going to try to appeal and
done
all that kind
things
of
in our
bullshit.
life
He'll probably bring civil
that we
cases against the
regret,
state also for
that
prison
we're not
conditions,
proud
for
of.
whatever. But in this case, at least, yeah. Matt Elliott, thanks so much for your super chat. Would it
That
be
we
wrong
don't
for
know
the judge
what
to
we were
stop him now?
thinking.
I think that the judge is going to want to give whatever opportunity she can patiently muster, so that
That's been like a roller coaster for me in
so
this
that he can
year.
say that
A roller
he's been
coaster.
given every opportunity to make his
And
case
obviously,
on the sentencing.
just everyday life. Some days
Marion
are,
Williams, thanks so
are
much for
better
your
than
super
others.
chat. Why do
That's
they let
just
the
life in
convicted
general.
person get the
Some
last
days are
word?
just better
Should
than
let
other
the victim
days.
impact statements get the last word. I think it's because it's his life on the line. So, and because generally speaking, the prosecution goes first in these kinds of cases. Well, I mean, in any criminal case, and in a civil case, it's the plaintiff side, the side
You
that
heard
brings
my
the case.
best
So they have the
friend
burden, right?
speak a little
So
bit earlier. About
Debbie Faison Cook filibusters. So that's like when somebody's on like the legislative floor, like in Congress,
I guess it would,
and they
would
just
be
want
more
to try
happier
to
times, but
waste
even
time
then,
that is devoted to argument, because there's a certain deadline to
you put
pass a
on a
certain
smile
legislative measure. So the more time they
to hide
consume
the
by
pain.
just talking about literally anything, sometimes with filibustering, they'll like I've heard of people bringing Dr. Seuss books and like reading
Long
Dr. Seuss books on the
before
legislative floor. They'll
November
do that just to waste
21st,
time,
2021.
so that a
Long
deadline will
before
pass before they can possibly vote on it.
that day. I was struggling.
No one cares about your
Long
struggle.
before.
Sorry. I'm sorry, but no one cares about your struggle at this point. You've given no one any reason
Feeling dead
to
inside.
empathize with or pity you.
Then feeling hopeful. Then feeling depressed. Then feeling happy. Then feeling upset. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Patrick Collier, thanks for your super chat. I, DB, pledge my sorrow and remorse. 90%
of the time, not even
definitely
knowing why you
certainly
going
doesn't
from
donate it, right?
point A to B. Why is it going like this? So I think you do a lot of things to numb that. Some people have different things that help them numb it. Some people turn to drugs. Some people turn to alcohol. Some people turn to many different things. Some people isolate themselves. Some people However you deal with it, it's how you deal with it. At that point in my life, I chose to put up a front. No one seen me for how I truly felt, then there would be no questions. You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance or seem to be smiling or seem to be in a joyful mood. There's no reason to quit. Like, what is there a question? How much turmoil could it be? The first thing they would say is every time I see them, they're okay. It's not okay. It's not. But I do believe one thing, though. As long as you have breath in your body, no matter what you're going through, where you may be, what struggles you have, what you can't figure out,
He's going to be a motivational speaker in
you
prison.
have to find a way to press forward. You have to keep faith, and you have to press forward. I think the Apostle Paul said it best. Apostle Paul said it best when he said, one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me and straining toward the upward call of which Christ has taken a hold of him.
One lucky KO. Thanks so much
Straining
for the super
which-
chat.
Acknowledging that it's difficult. Acknowledging that there'll be opposition. There'll be hurdles to jump. There'll be mountains to climb. It's not going to be easy. Acknowledging that by saying straining to move forward.
Kate Eliza, thanks so much for your super chat. Just making sure I understand. It's people he killed
That's
and their
what
families,
I've
Erica,
been
the judge,
learning.
and the DA's fault that he killed 6 people. Yes. Yes. All of those people were involved in him putting his foot on the gas, of course.
Is it frustrating that sometimes
Obviously being very
people
sarcastic here,
mistake
but that is
for
what he's saying.
not caring?
I'm being
Yeah.
sarcastic, I should say. He, unfortunately, is not.
Very frustrating.
It's his parents, it's his upbringing, it's mental health issues, it's being up, being down, being poor.
As hard as it is, you cannot turn back the hands of time. You can't. As much as I wish I had the power to do that, I can't. So I have to look at life going forward, not backward. I have to look at
I am not going to self-reflect on any of the decisions that I have
reality.
made, is basically what he's saying. I have to look forward. I cannot look backward, he says, after spending a great deal of time talking about his pitiful childhood.
I've moved past the actual tragedy of the day of November 21st,
Oh,
2021,
shit.
but I have not moved past uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until
God.
it's my
Oh,
time
God.
to pass on. I won't stop
I have moved past
uplifting the
the day
communities in
of
prayer,
November 21st, 2021.
the victims, the families.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking clear that you were
Regardless of how anyone
not
feels, I will
remorseful at all
continue to
for
pray
any of
for
the
them
things that you
because
did on that day.
that's what I want
Yeah, I'm needle felting.
my heart to
What
reflect.
I'm doing here. I needed something to stab. Appropriately.
And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I've moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception,
So then what do you
is
mean
that
by
none
that?
of us can go back and change what happened.
Yeah, but you can show remorse for it.
We can't.
Is he listening to what I said? Is he watching us right now? I feel like he
that
heard
doesn't
our
mean that
reaction.
my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past. We can always say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to say, I would have did this, I could have did this, I should have did this, I would have did that. You never know what you're gonna do until you actually there.
So maybe this would be a good time to say
Does
you
anyone
shouldn't
think
have
I
done
haven't
these
asked
things.
myself that? Man, I should have. Why didn't I? What does it matter now?
Except that the reason why he's thinking these things is not because he's remorseful. It's because he doesn't like the
How many
position that
times
he
can I
himself is
pound my
in
fist
because of
against
that.
something and
Because
say,
he got caught.
why? How could this? Why,
Cheryl Mulholland, thanks so much for your super chat.
how many times
You're right.
before
It
you
is
just
absolutely
like
disgraceful.
have to move forward?
Oh no, kitty. You don't get to steal these. Nope. Nope. Out.
Forgiveness. Matthew 6:14-15. Forgiveness.
You don't get to talk about forgiveness, not until you've actually apologized. It is up to those victims to decide whether or not to forgive you. It is not up to you. You shouldn't even be talking
For if
about
you
forgiveness.
forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you.
Maybe now's a good time to say that you have sinned
But
against
if you
these
do
other people.
not
If you want to try to
forgive
use
others
this.
their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins.
No, kitty.
That's Jesus himself, God himself. I point no fingers towards anyone in judgment to say, how could you say this?
We're
and
so
how-
grateful for that.
Like I said before, how people process this tragedy is how they choose to. I could jump up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me. But why? Everyone has to make their own peace with God. And that's what I've done. Regardless to what people think, I've done it.
Jeez. Make peace. Ald Phillip 2003, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Yeah, I think we would all like
I don't
for him
want
to
that
wrap
to
it
be
up
confused with
at
being
this
at
point.
peace. It's a process,
No,
but I've made my peace.
no, Mr. Meal.
That is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not pertaining to remorse. It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone.
It's to try to look holy.
That wasn't what that comment was about. I've chosen to do that because it was needed. It's easy to lose your way in the world because the world is, as we all know, it's a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of it's easy to get caught up in the world. I can't and I refuse to live the rest of my life trying to please other people. I still have a long way to go to get to where I need to be.
Well, that certainly is true.
But my life now is about pleasing God. It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's about what He wants, not what everybody else wants.
This is just baffling. Hey.
I brought up God's will. Yet another comment that was taken out of context.
What do you mean taken out of context?
A comment that, again, was not meant in a disrespectful manner in any way.
It doesn't matter whether it was meant in a disrespectful way. It indicated your complete density to everything important in this trial. And just the fact that like you just have no sense of self-responsibility.
Acknowledgement that God is in control of everything. Everything.
You have free will.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
You have free will.
He is in control.
You have free will.
That's what that was pointed towards.
Oh, no.
That and that alone. For those of us who do believe, we've always been taught that God, His way is not ours. What He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it.
You can choose the proper decisions. You can choose not to mow down 76 people.
No matter how much we wish we could, we can't. frankly, sometimes that sucks. I never thought I would be standing here not being able to enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with
Your
their
family is still alive.
People
man.
lost loved ones. I'm sure they feel the same way. They never expected to be here now because of something like this. That is not lost on me. To suggest that I don't care.
Kate Eliza, thanks for your super chat. Let's add God to DBs. It's their fault list. Good idea. Makes perfect sense.
Out of
Yeah.
everything that's been said during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one to digest. To suggest that I'm heartless.
There's plenty of evidence of that. Harry Ord, thanks so much for your super chat. I've been gone for a bit. How is he still speaking? He's on like round 3, I think, of basically repeating himself.
This court should do as far as the sentences are concerned with all of these convictions.
Sorry, guys, I missed her question.
Honestly, Your Honor, and I don't want this to be taken out of context.
Don't worry. We don't need to take it out of context to be upset by it. Whatever it is that you are going to say. Ah, okay. So she asked him what the court should do with the sentence. I believe you should let me go home and live my life. It's probably what he's about to say.
There's issues with me attempting to answer that. And here's why.
Okay. Because he knows how outrageous it is for him to ask for what he really wants.
I'm still confused. I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges. I don't understand.
You've got to be kidding me.
I also
You've got to be kidding me. He understands these charges. He
I also believe the
understands.
decision was already made
This guy,
before we even got here. And I could be wrong. That's not
the
a shot.
decision was made before
It's
we
not a
got here.
slight in any
No,
way
dude, the evidence was that
towards Your Honor.
clear.
It's not. And I don't want that to be taken out of context as well. I will say
This guy's unbelievable.
help is needed.
What in the world does that even mean?
When you've dealt with certain things as long
Jessica
as
B, I see your member chat. No self-awareness. He's making
Yes,
things
I
worse.
have.
I agree. Faces, thanks so much for your super chat. This is evidence of the beauty of the U.S. system. The sunshine built into the system favors truth. Humans can be monsters. Yes.
we have so many questions about where to start. Where to start. you have so many questions about what can give you the help you need, who can point you in the direction to get the help you need. There's so many things that you just you don't know where to start at.
I know a good way to start is by locking you up for the rest of your life. That's a good start, I would
Your
say.
Honor, I think that throughout these proceedings, and I've noticed this, that you've been very observant. You've been very attentive.
Just trying to give her compliments now.
Regardless of me being frustrated with some of the things that
Frustrated is not exactly the word that I would use.
I can't do anything but look at what you have done, which is
What?
you have been very, very keen. I believe that still a lot of issues there. I believe that because of the issues I have, sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it. I'm not sharp as knife in the drawer.
It's your fault that you misunderstood me, Your Honor.
I think sometimes my mind probably works a little faster than I can articulate something or pronounce something or say something.
Kate Elisa, thanks for your super chat. I'm asking that you practice
Obviously,
lawful law and give me jury nullification because of subject matter jurisdiction and relevancy.
Hard to top what was already said about you thus far. You've gotten an incredible amount, a credible amount of love for your job in this matter. Some even say superhero. Some people, I'm sure you know this, but some people have even dressed up as you for Halloween.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case, and I'm frankly more interested in your thoughts on that than your opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
I wasn't my opinion on that part.
I have a job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76 counts. I'd like you, if you can and if you want, to tell me how you think I should do that. That's what the victims have stated. That's what the state, right? They provided their recommendation.
The only thing I can say is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served. Been here a year.
Time served is what he wants.
That would pretty much negate count 76. So there's that.
What? Okay.
Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges. So I can't really consent to being sentenced when I'm still trying to. I don't understand. It's not a delay tactic. It's not attempting to be disruptive. It's not intended to stop the proceedings. It's my
Purification.
honest
Thanks so much for your
opinion.
super chat. Hope he loses his soap in the
I
shower
have
for the
trouble
next 100 years, preferably several times a day. Oh my gosh.
with comprehension.
We are all very angry and very frustrated.
I can't say with 1,000,000% certainty that everything as far as in regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality. The
Alex Martin, thanks for your super chat. Sure deal. 1,000 minus 9. That's 999 years for you, sir.
mental health issues
Harry Ord, thanks so much for your super chat.
I
So he doesn't
believe
understand the sentence of his actions.
that you've seen.
That's what he's trying
You've
to say.
seen them rear their head at times.
Gary Zell, thanks so
I
much for
believe
your super
that.
chat.
I know that you've seen that rear his
And
head
then I
at
think this
times.
maybe was supposed to come with that. For a non-legal professional, is he trying to demonstrate that he was unfit to represent himself, maybe as a basis for appeal? Maybe, possibly, he might
believe that-
maintain that he just didn't understand the process. But the problem with that is that she laid a very clear record throughout the entire process, indicating that he was understanding what he was doing. He was objecting. He was
recognized the need for the
participating in the
help that's
process.
needed.
She made that very clear throughout the entire process. So it's not going to work if he tries to do that. But that may be why he's trying to say that he still doesn't understand these things.
You've seen things as far back as my childhood. And I believe that you understand the certain needs that would benefit where to start. Me, myself, I don't know. There's so many issues that
Rachel Allen, thanks for your
I've
super
been
chat. How long
trying
does
to
he have
address
to
for a
speak?
long time.
I don't know exactly. I think the judge is going to give however long
very
it
long
seems like
time.
is necessary or appropriate
I don't know where to start.
to have given him the full opportunity to make his case on the sentencing
I have no
issue.
idea.
So at some point she's going
can tell you
to
that
have to.
I want to be able to get to a
At some point she's going to have to
in my life
cut him off,
where
right? Because the court's going to close at some point today.
I can have
Kate Eliza, thanks so much for your super chat. In the words of the great philosopher Ian Runkle, this is the case of F
the
around
ability to recognize
and find out. Yes.
Before it happens, when something could become out of control, before an outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I would want to get to a point where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own. I want to get to a point
Manny
where
Fabani, thanks so much for your generous super chat. At no point during your rambling,
don't have
incoherent statement was there any semblance of remorse.
mine is
I award you
jumping
all
back
the
and
years,
forth
and may God
all
have
over the
mercy on
place
your
and
soul.
these moves that go from here to
Very
here
good
to
Billy
here to
Madison
here to
reference.
here to
I
here
love
to
it.
here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here. I want to get to a place where I can combat that. This, Your Honor, this has not been easy. And not just this, but life in general, it has not been easy. It's not easy to wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to stay in a I don't want to say a box, but to be able to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to not only be able to cope with things. Things are going to happen, problems happen. Life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor, where I can be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I can be myself.
Jan E. Wallace, thanks for your super chat. Where to start is you to shut up. Need more wine.
Say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you any less than anybody else. I wasn't asked to be born this way, Your Honor. I wasn't. I was not.
You cannot blame your actions
I don't
on the way that
understand
you were
it.
born. Like I said, man,
the
you've
fact
got
of the
free
matter
will.
is-
You've got choices.
I want to get to a point of happiness again.
No one
To be
cares
able
about
to
your
be,
happiness right now. Literally no one in this world.
Medicated and not care what people think. To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because
There are people that would like to have their family members back.
they feel like it's not normal.
There's a preteen who would like
Which
to
lends
be able to go to
the reason
school
why
and
I
not be made
said
fun of for the scarring that she has all over her
not
body because of
wanting
all
to
the
live to
surgeries that she's
please
had to
anyone
endure.
else anymore. But for me to be okay, here, for me to be okay, because I haven't been for a long time. I'm tired.
Doesn't happen often.
I'm tired. Some days
When
I
it
don't
does,
know
it does.
what's up or down. Some days I don't know. I want to know.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours.
Yep. Here we go.
I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over and
Objection
over. So I'm going
grounds.
to ask you again, because I'm really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider.
This is on the record, by the
contemplate
way.
and
So this is why she's
finalize what
asking
to do
again.
in this case,
To
if
make
there
sure that he
are
has an
any
opportunity to answer something.
sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf to make at this time.
Yep. Just going over it again so that there's no argument later on to say that he didn't have adequate opportunity to make his case as to
I
his
just want to be
sentencing.
helped.
I just want to be helped.
I don't. I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for. Your Honor, I really would like
Let me
to.
ask it this way, sir. 6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute. And third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question. Did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon?
Which he did.
Thoughts on that?
I don't.
He's not going to have any good answer for that. I mean, she knows that.
You should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars. That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other or serving them at the same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
I believe they should be served at the same time.
I didn't understand everything you said, but I did.
Kate, I know, right?
I can't live a million years.
I'm very
Understand that.
I'm very jealous of her
So-
curls. My hair does not hold a curl like hers does. And it's always perfect.
I feel like I should be able to go somewhere where I can be helped, where I can be properly evaluated,
You can be evaluated in
where I can
prison.
be properly medicated.
You can be medicated in prison.
If
Actually, I don't know if that's true.
that is
Well,
an
they do
extended
give
period of a long,
proper
long
medications
time,
to people in prison where it's required.
at least I know that I'm getting what I need, not what I want.
They do have
What I
health
need.
services in prison.
At least then I would be able to say,
HWS, thanks for your super chat. Just got here. What's going on? He's been filibustering basically for the
it's
last
okay.
about 2 hours. The judge finally jumped in and started asking him questions about
You
what
can be you.
uh
You can.
what he recommends. Should he go to prison for the rest
Be
of his life or
grateful
not?
for the
And so
fact
he's
that-
like bumbling through this answer because he knows that he can't really say what he wants to say and just say, "Oh no, I want to go home."
You have experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that know exactly what to do, that recognize
Pitification.
exactly what needs to
Angry
be done and what
snarky
should
is kind of cool.
be
Thank you.
to be able to.
I appreciate it. That's very kind of you.
Like I said, be properly medicated,
Max Planck,
which is
grass is always greener, but when it comes to hair, no, I definitely agree with that.
Extremely
I totally understand that. And I'm very
I
happy
don't
with
know if
my own hair.
that
But yeah, it's, you always want
answers-
what you can't
I'll
have,
follow it
right?
up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is
But I
that
do
you
admire
don't
hers,
have
for
a
sure.
specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes. I would say, I think it should be, what you said, what was
She's
the term
probably
you
gonna
used?
say you can get mental health help in prison.
The
There are those
extended supervision
services.
term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah. The concurrent.
Right. Serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
I would like to serve them at the same
Serving
time.
all together.
Of course. Well, what else would we expect?
My main thing is, like I said, regardless, is to not just be placed somewhere and just forgotten about. That doesn't help.
You don't get to dictate whether the world forgets about you or not, man.
Obviously, I don't know how that all works.
What a truly narcissistic comment. I don't want to be forgotten about. I don't want people to not be thinking about me.
I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, like I said, I can.
I'm needle felting. I needed something to do with a stabby craft
medicated
to
with
feel
the
okay.
things that I need. It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it could be something that maybe way near that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point that could have immensely helped. I want I want the opportunity.
Again, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics
There you
that
go.
you've covered, and I understand what you're saying. And I
start to hear the
beat
Academy
this.
Awards
I wanna beat
music.
this. I
I
want the
understand.
Wrap it up
opportunity to
music.
beat it, to show that it can be beat.
at this
I don't-
time,
I don't have to live like, I want to show that regardless of anything, that there is still hope. I want to be able to show my children that regardless, you can rise up. You don't have to.
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours.
Yep.
I appreciate all of the words you've said here today and the fact that you've made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even
It's not about the
realize.
time. It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 3 p.m. and start my portion of the sentencing
Here
hearing
we
with
go.
my sentencing remarks and the sentence. So at this time, we will be in recess until 3
Thomas
p.m.
Harkins.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much for your super chat. It says all his victims will remember him for years. Unfortunately, I think that you are correct about that. I don't know that they will be able to actually forget him as much as they would like to. Man, this has been quite quite a long hearing, even though it hasn't really been that long, right? In comparison to yesterday. God, he just kept going and going and going, which, we kind of expected that. It's why I'm glad that I had my my felting stuff nearby. I managed to make 6 of these in that whole time. So, yeah. Alec Collins, thanks so much for your super chat. It says, thought the 6 murder sentences were compulsory life without parole. Also misunderstood supervision. YouTube cunningly glitchy when I try to just chat. Yeah. So the 6 intentional his first degree intentional homicide charges, the 6 of those are mandatory life sentences. So the other 70 charges, though, the court has the discretion to determine whether he has the ability to be eligible for parole and all of these other things. So yeah. Kate Eliza, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, I'll be picking up needle felting. Looks cathartic. It was. It definitely was cathartic. Especially the I like to call this Darrell Brooks orange. You can see it. It's about the same shade as what he's wearing and hopefully will be wearing for the rest of his days. So yeah. Faces, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, I bet he has always refused medication. It could be, definitely. Let's see here. Sarah Fletcher says, OMG, he has finished his TED Talk. Thank God. Yes. Thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah. That was a very, very long TED Talk. It's about 8 times the length of a normal TED Talk, I would say. Chad Turner, thanks so much for your super chat. And I think that what he probably wanted to say was that the cat doesn't care about your pillow. I know. Here, I'll pull this away so you guys can see a little bit better. Holmes does not care about that pillow that says move over, the dog sits here. And Indy's right over here. She can see Holmes. She doesn't care either, but it's always so funny how he's just like, nope, I'm going to take up that space anyway. I don't care. So ZXY Anti-War 3 says, look into felting with Holmes's fur. I spin cat and dog fur. It's beautiful in yarn and felting. Holmes doesn't shed that much. Neither does Astra, our other cat, but Indy does shed a bit. I kind of thought about that. I was a little like I've had to brush her a couple times in the last week or so, and both times it was like a massive ball of fur. So we've got audio from the courtroom, but it's not showing anything. So I think that was maybe just an error. It should be another 15. I would give a full 20 minutes from this point even. But that's interesting. I know Holmes does have some very beautiful fur. Let's see. Matha Johnny says, give the DB orange to Holmes to play with and destroy. I might. I think he would happily take it too. And then Indy would also happily take it from Holmes and pull it apart because she loves, even the most durable toys, Indy will eventually pull apart, generally speaking. Lady Space, is she an English lab? Those double coats are crazy shedders. I think the lab that she is probably English lab. But she's definitely a mix of that and something else. So, but I think she's probably more lab than anything else. And I think the kind of lab is English lab just based on her overall features. But yeah, she does have quite the coat. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, does it even matter if his sentencing is back to back versus all together? It's the same amount of time without getting released. Yeah, sometimes there are ways of shortening while you're in prison for good behavior and all this kind of stuff. But I think the criminal code is punitive in nature, right? So when we're talking about criminal law, we are talking about punishing. We're not talking about other areas of law where, in civil torts, for example, the idea is to put the person in the position that they would have been in had the defendant not done what they did to them, right? Like that's the aim of like most civil torts. When it comes to criminal law, the idea is to punish. So, regardless of whether that would have an impact either way on like him getting out, it's more about the message that it sends, which is that you will be, there's absolutely no chance in hell that you could ever get out of here alive, basically. Lisa Bartolone wants to know what I'm felting. So I'm basically I'm very new to felting, so I'm really just starting out with all of this. So I'm doing very just simple little spheres here, and basically what I'm going to do starting out is probably just make some kind of like a very colorful Christmas garland. I'll probably put it up in the office or something, so that folks can see it. But basically, like this is what I've got so far. So just kind of put them all into a string or onto a string, and then see if Holmes allows them to live. We'll see. So yeah. Let's see here. Indy's fur would be amazing to felt. Yeah, she's got a very, very beautiful shiny coat, right? So I don't know, maybe I should try that out. I hadn't really thought too much about it because I didn't know if that would be weird or not. But I guess like regular wool it's animal wool too, right? So I guess it's not weird. And Secret McSquirrel, she's making toys for the cats. According to Holmes, all of these are toys for them. Absolutely. So he definitely tries to keep coming in and steal these. I don't know if you guys could see, but at one point during his long soliloquy, when I was in the middle of felting, Holmes came over and he was like right here, like watching very intently, and he kept like swiping it out from under me. And I was so worried that I was going to like prick him with the needle. So I had to be super careful with that. Thankfully, nothing happened. But yeah. Let's see here. What else is there? There was a very cute shot of him. Oh, yeah. He's very photogenic. There's a whole book on how to use dog and cat fur in crafts. Okay. Well, interesting. I hadn't realized, but I guess it makes sense, right? Faces says, OMG, you are a true northerner. I'm a knitter, spinner, and felter, and I love Baltic wool and knitting. Yeah, although this is, like I said, this is my first like foray into it. But yeah, it's very relaxing. I have to say, I kind of just wanted something that was a little bit creative and that I can do that's relatively easy, that, for example, I could do in front of the TV, just like watching a movie or watching Mr. Bites play a video game and just kind of have something to do while on the couch kind of with him like that. So yeah. But I'm enjoying it, and it'll be fun to do something that's like a little more complex than just like these little spheres. So Midnight Wind wants to know, are you going to be part of Lawyers and Dragons next season? I found your channel that way. Lawyers and Dragons has been so much fun. We haven't talked about specific details about it, but if Rick asks me to join for the next one, then 100% I will be there, because I've had so much fun being a part of Lawyers and Dragons and helping with like the storytelling and the character development, and it's just been such a great time with all of those guys. Part of it just being like, it's just a really great group of people to be with, not just the people playing, but also everyone in the chat that's been participating. It's like everyone has been collectively sort of like creating this story together. And of course, last but not least, David from Prototopics, who's been the dungeon master this entire time. He basically is the one who like figures out like, this is where the characters start, this is where the characters are going to need to end up. And so he kind of tries to like gently guide guide the story narrative to where it needs to go towards the end. And he's put in so much time and effort and work into this season that it's like it. And on top of that, having someone like him as the dungeon master, understanding and kind of helping a newbie like me and like Rob, both of us had never done anything like that before. So it's really great to have someone like that, who can kind of help guide you through the process so that you can learn and have fun along the way too. To K37, thanks so much for your super chat. Says a fellow YouTuber for DMCA Free Music has UMPG repeatedly claiming joy to the world. Is there anything they can do to make them stop it? I mean, there are. I would want to see more details before really commenting on it. But there are those accounts that are like notorious like copyright trolls that just claim everything. Now there could be versions of Joy to the World that could be copyrighted because I'm pretty sure it's got to be in the public domain, like the actual song itself. But there could be versions of it that are like covers of it that are specifically where that IP is owned by that artist who sings it or what have you. So I'm not sure, but I would want to see more context before I can really give more thoughts on that. Secret McSquirrel, thanks for linking to the Lawyers and Dragons playlist. So if anybody has not seen Lawyers and Dragons, we've been doing it for like 3 or 4 months at this point. And this Saturday is going to be our season finale for season 1. Like we have a whole season. We did a whole campaign. And it's going to be ending on Saturday. And I have no idea what's going to happen, but it's probably going to be epic. Toshiro says, I bet Legal Bites is a Slytherin. Actually, I'm a Ravenclaw. but I do appreciate the hypothesis. Let's see. Ace Moonshot. I hope the sentence is 270 to 333 years, no parole. I don't think she will give him a parole beatdown because she doesn't want ammo for appeal. Well, she can do it in a way that is classy AF, right? Like she can definitely do it. She can because she's gonna want to give her reasoning for the numbers that she gives. So, she can just point to all of the horrible things that he's done, in and out of the courtroom, and then say like, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. This was terrible, that was terrible. This shows that he has no respect for the judicial system. This shows that he had no respect for the victims. This shows that he had no respect for, anyone else. So I mean, she's probably just going to kill him with facts is what I would imagine. So yeah. Let's see here. But I am definitely looking forward to what she's going to be saying. Either way. Has one. I'm loving L&D. The group of you are perfect together, and I hope everyone comes back for season 2. Yeah, I hope we can too, because that would be awesome. But of course, like it's basically I consider Lawyers and Dragons to be like Rick's baby and David's baby, because like those are the guys that were like the guys that came up with it and put it all together and all that stuff. So but it's oh, sorry, excuse me. For me, it's a little bit late, so I'm not bored. Not bored, not falling asleep. Sometimes I think I also like forget to properly breathe, and so my body's like, you need more, you need to get rid of some O2. But yes, has 01. It's been so much fun, and it's been such a great group of people. I feel like the chemistry has been really good as well. So those guys are just they're wonderful. They're some of the best people that I've really ever met. I mean, both like on YouTube, outside of YouTube. they are just as wonderful in person as well. So I love all those guys. What? Alita's a low-key nerd? Who would have known? She laughs nervously as she points out the Harry Potter books that she has in Lithuanian behind her. Yeah. BB Malone, thanks so much for the super chat. But he complimented her. Is that enough for leniency? SMH, shaking my head. If you wanted to follow Darrell Brooks' logic, yeah. That would definitely be enough. But for the real world, obviously we all know the answer to that. KP wants to know where Lawyers and Dragons is. So it's on Rick Hoag's channel. So over at Hoag Law. Secret Mix Squirrel also earlier linked to the playlist. So you can find all of the previous episodes. They're all about 2 hours long. And you can find it through the link that she put into the chat just a little bit ago. And yeah. So but otherwise you can find it on Hoag Law's channel. So look for him and you'll be able to find all of those. Okay, Kate Eliza, thanks so much for your super chat. It says, is it going to be the most dramatic season finale of Lawyers and Dragons yet? Think The Bachelor. It's the most dramatic season finale yet. And we are back in the courtroom. So far, it sounds like it's muted, but we can see his wonderful orange. As Tony Ortega, who's reporting on the Danny Masterson case, as Tony Ortega would say, sartorial splendor. I absolutely love that phrase ever since I came across it, and he's mentioned it a few times throughout the Danny Masterson trial to describe the clothing of the defense attorney, Philip Cohen, he's one of the attorneys for Danny Masterson. Sartorial splendor. It's such a fantastic phrase. I want to use that for literally everything now. Janny Wallace, the new neighbors across my road are Lithuanian. We're everywhere. It's a teeny tiny country, but there's a massive diaspora that has spread all around the world. You can find us everywhere. One time when Mr. Bites and I were visiting Paris, we were on top of the Eiffel Tower, and I just could hear this family like speaking Lithuanian, which of course it's not that far from Lithuania, like France, and like they're geographically not that far, but it was just funny, like flying from the United States for this trip, and then just like sparking up a conversation and being like, of course we're everywhere. We happen to find each other. But yeah, it's I hope you all get along and that you have a great neighborly relationship. Yeah, isn't that funny? Now he's masked again. He looks like he's kind of like shaking his leg. All right, everybody standing up.
Thank you, everyone. Please be
Here we go.
seated. All right, we are back on the record in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before.
It's K37. They're on the same continent.
I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review, frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family. Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately, go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies, and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made, or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information. So police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent.
Yep.
I'm obviously well-versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about.
Yep.
At any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But
hey, Natalie, good to see you.
Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important.
Starting off talking about how he's definitely very competent.
Because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things
Very
that this
important.
court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this: I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired.
So he's a worse actor than Amber Heard.
Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them.
I know, me too.
By implication, such conduct
It's so
strongly
endearing.
suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities. And none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggests that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner.
Do you see this photo of you, sir?
Sorry, with the police.
No,
She's
that's not me.
noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion. And this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection.
That's not the
Another
behavior of a
examiner
really
had
mentally
very
ill
similar
person.
things. Antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by three or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there's evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again, finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation.
Very compassionate,
it's heartbreaking.
Very empathetic.
It's heart-wrenching.
I
The
can tell
mentally
she
ill
was a defense
sometimes
attorney
commit
now.
atrocious crimes.
Makes so much
They
more
do.
sense.
Yeah.
This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise. even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist, and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on
Exactly.
November 21 of 2021.
I feel like she's had these conversations as an attorney with a client. That's
I
how
want to
this
next
feels.
turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade. And of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point. We know,
I appreciate her saying
and I would
that.
say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
Huh.
Uh-oh. Don't
We
do
know at
that.
the time
This
of
is
all of this, right,
not
you
the
were out
time
on
to
bond
interrupt.
for 2
There's
felony
never a time to
cases,
interrupt the judge,
one
but this is
involving a
certainly not it.
handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there, and that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was
Never
some
had
physical.
contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You
That's the
need to
reason-
not
That's
interrupt.
the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
because the state
you need to stop.
said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that
Remove
they know
him.
it was no incident that
Remove
day.
it. He could, and
Now
anytime you
you
bring
wanna sit
her
up
up,
here
Do not
gets
interrupt
angry.
me or you will be removed to the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
Stop.
and try to
now.
add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time
grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
you need to stop
None of
right
them.
now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right. He will be removed. He
Gone.
cannot simply stay
Gone.
I don't
quiet.
consent to
Good.
being
Talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just like I
Get
told you, I don't
Get
know
out.
the
Consent
In
to this.
recess until he's
I don't
removed
even
to the other
understand
courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
Oh God.
Get out.
Well, we needed to have another one, I guess.
And I'm glad she didn't wait a long time to give him a bunch of warnings to get him the hell up out of there. Get out.
Yeah, I mean, because it's and it's it for me personally, it confirms the idea that the reason why she was giving him so many chances before was because she was concerned about a possibility of appeal of his due process rights, all that kind of stuff. She doesn't have to worry about that right now. She is now in the process of giving her opinion and giving her comments, and he does not need to be participating in that. I mean, other than to be present through a video camera, that's appropriate. But yeah.
I
So
couldn't agree
I'm happy
more.
that she was swift. Yeah.
She lasted longer than I thought she would getting through that. But it doesn't surprise me when Erica Patterson is brought up. That's when he always loses his cool. When the male prosecutor brought her up about, him trying to talk about her, kids and how many kids she has and trying to label her as a bad mom while he was cross-examining her. Or directing her, because he had called her as a witness at that point. And he lost his mind. He completely lost it on the prosecutor. So this doesn't surprise me. His argument with her is what led to him running into the crowd. Doesn't make it her fault. It just means that is his preferred victim, and nobody will interfere with how he victimizes his preferred victim. Classic narcissist.
Yeah. That's an excellent point. And it also speaks to or it gives a window to the abuse that he's been committing in that relationship, all about control, all about him asserting dominance. And when somebody else comes in and remarks about how the things that he's been doing in that relationship are wrong, and how he's essentially not allowed to do that anymore, right? He loses it, right? Because that means he doesn't have control over that situation. He doesn't get to win in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, since she was 14 years old, he's had total control over her, it sounds like. And it sounds like anytime that he's been broken up from her, separated from her, she's had other relationships or had kids with other people, he's particularly offended by that. And this is like not any type of legal analysis, just my assumption based on how he behaves. He is galled by the fact that she has children with other people or another person, and it makes him furious that anyone else has had his possession. And that's what I think this is all about. Another man intervening where he was trying to assault her made him furious enough to massacre a bunch of people. I really feel like a lot of this stems from, this is my chosen victim. This is who I choose to control, and nobody will get in the way of me doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Not even 76 people standing in the way of his car.
Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely awful. Nicholas Starrow, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, out of every judge he got the one he could never fool. Yeah. No,
I
she
agree.
definitely saw. Kitty agrees.
Yeah, Susie definitely agrees.
Oh man. Looks like we've got a visual of him sitting in the courtroom.
There we go.
So now
Everything
he's been putting time out again.
Because he just can't behave himself, and she's not going to give him another one. And I would predict another one of those. Okay, now can you behave yourself? I'll bring you back. I think he's going to stay. All right, that was my foot massager. I think he's going to stay there now in the other courtroom, because why do you need to bring him back at this point? He doesn't need to physically be in the courtroom to receive his sentence.
Right.
It's
Right.
over for him.
So now she can comfortably sit, knowing that she's not going to be interrupted. She's not going to be. I mean, she could give him an opportunity to come back, but I really hope she doesn't.
I hope
Like
she
she said,
doesn't.
she doesn't need to. It would just be a waste of time, and it would just. Oh, Ian's in the chat.
Seated,
Hey,
I
Ian.
need to first
You have the link.
confirm that
If you want, I can
Mr.
DM it to you.
Brooks is able to
as
hear and
opposed to
see the
texting,
court.
but
We do have the
feel free
audio
to
and
join us if
visual
you'd like.
on. If someone, I can see on the screen, there is a head set on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a
Amber
right to
Ramirez,
be
thanks so
present
much your
for
super
his
chat.
sentencing.
Can she mute him?
He's
but
been
also make him listen
present
to what the judge is
all
saying?
along today.
He can choose
up
not to
until
wear the
his,
headphones, though. That's the
disruption.
only thing.
It
But
was
at the end of
very
the day,
clear
it
to
matters
this
more for
court
the
that he
record than
had
for him to hear what
absolutely
she has to
no
say.
intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's
It's
really
playing
no
out
other way
loud
to
in the
describe
courtroom.
it.
The headphones are just an adaptation for his
And
hearing loss.
this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom, as that is, of course, one of the options. And we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present. What I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to.
Hey, Ian.
I don't want to call it a tangent, but
hey, Ian.
I'm looking for a note that I made.
Welcome to the catharsis stream.
I had to put the new toy I got away because it's not stream
Then
friendly.
you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying.
Yeah, I do appreciate that.
yeah, they've got rules about that one.
All right, he's not making
assume
that
he
pledge.
was still interrupting
Leatherman
her.
Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's
Sorry,
not coming
Nellie?
back into this courtroom.
He's still interrupting her. She doesn't have him muted, so he's still interrupting.
Yeah,
you are not.
Well, it's tough because you've got to balance. He's got a right to.
All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point.
Thank you,
It was
Judge.
my hope that he would honor a simple rule
Don't they
of
have like a
courtesy and
courtroom
decorum
ball
that
gang
show respect
that they
to
could
this
just
court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he
you
disrupts.
just noticed that now.
And that has been borne
No,
out
she's definitely
time after time.
She's definitely noticed, but now
after time
she's
during this
ready to
trial.
just not deal with it.
So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing.
Just get to the I hate when they do this. Get to the bottom line and then justify
One of the things that I did note,
like we're putting this guy in a hole
regarding
forever.
Erica
because
Patterson's
he's a dick.
testimony.
Let's explain.
Because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle. He was afraid of police.
Look at him in his foolishness.
The tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay. Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom.
Let him back.
I'm not. He has forfeited
thanks
his
for your
right
super
to be
chat.
present during
Yeah,
my
agreed.
remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in. One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
Sure. Let me see. Is there a video conference?
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34 and a half miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very
lawyers.
long for all of this to happen. I think it was a
None
matter
of our
of
strong
minutes.
suit.
I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented, and I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face. Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge. He's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you take a hard left.
Don't accept a
on
pledge,
East Main
demand a
Street.
donation.
Yeah.
You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map.
We've seen what pledges do.
Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn?
He's so disgusting.
He really
Stop
is.
this.
Yeah.
There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade, floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone
trying to sign
left
language
on Barstow.
Trying to use sign language.
And we know from some of the
Just
footage that we
ignore him.
saw that his car was
She can just
seen
like turn off the
flying
screen and be
past,
like,
true, not hitting
who
one at
cares?
this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he's about He can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor. Thank you.
Good for you, Judge.
We also know it
Yep.
was not yet dark.
Nice.
Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights in many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha.
She's playing
South Band.
peekaboo with paper.
She can't see him now.
It's hard not to think about what I watched
Ooh.
and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burr's Logistics, between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured. And of course, little Jackson Sparks, another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened. And Josh, of course, being struck. And then the extreme dance group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on. And again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and
I was going to
evidence
say
that
that's
really
a bit of an
impacted the
unusual
court.
choice of language.
Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over.
Oh my God.
We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and two victims ahead. He saw two of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area." You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. They're screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash, cuts requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described, the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Shiel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Shiel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Shiel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, I wasn't quick enough. He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver, he saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound. with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right? About one person, then like 15 people and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force.
Unfortunately,
What did he do
pull
after?
that
What
off.
did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber, all within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there. He left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear, ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used
Is
at
he
all.
faking sleep now?
Oh, probably.
It looked like he was pretending to sleep.
But we know ultimately that he
I wasn't paying attention in that moment.
lies
but
about
it wouldn't
what he was
surprise me.
doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park, and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks' response is, don't spin it.
Whew.
One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless, unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy?
So much.
This malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own. Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk. But I forgive you. Such character. Such compassion. Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll this has taken. She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day, she's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self. But she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense. And speaking at Jackson's funeral, he talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very inspiring. We heard next from Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend, Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One, a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then, of course, the Blazers. And how, I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power.
God.
How she saw Jackson, and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son, how she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice they had to run, because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation, because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror. Many people talked about PTSD.
Yeah.
I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hyper vigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself. She said he will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Sparks family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson, the horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker and that her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. And I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault.
Powerful. Absolutely powerful.
One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again.
Wow.
For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in.
I don't intend. Such a loophole.
I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments. The yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories. I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix. You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength.
Oh, this is the son who's in high school and he's a catcher on the baseball team. Yeah, that was an incredible story.
Quite a testament that you took those pictures in the same the same pictures of Jackson, you replicated that, and I thought that was a great tribute to him.
The
You talked
human
about,
cost of this
of course,
is so sad.
rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and how you fought back and each were able to play baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously.
Yeah, yesterday was so emotional.
And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured. How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form. I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions, frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so. Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system
And it was right.
failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short, and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who, unbeknownst to me, had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this: in that poem, it says, we both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world. And then, of course, the Sorenson family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, angels watch over us. 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. We heard from the Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness, their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college.
Yeah.
She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her do her wedding vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this, verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart. Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, all you had to do was hit the brakes. Her daughter talked about being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Urell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses. But it's the manner in which, I think the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. Grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about The basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so.
Definitely, understandably so.
Oh, yes.
A punch to the
I
face
think
is
her
like
words
the
were,
least.
Your arrogance is pathetic.
Yes.
Echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive. And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely. But you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Urell said something very insightful yesterday, something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children, he didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this, you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene.
Yep.
Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD.
God.
This is like
Yeah,
tearing
she's
me up
forgiven
right
him.
now, actually.
I was crying yesterday on stream.
Oh,
Like,
We
This is
heard
getting
from
to
the
me.
sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about
you
was
should
the
have heard it
sound of
coming
Vivian
from little voices.
Urell
It's even
whimpering,
worse.
crying, and then she found her
Going
sister.
through like all of
how
the
her
things that they
clothes were ripped
experienced.
off.
It
She
was
was
awful.
unconscious, half naked.
It was like being at a funeral for 9 hours.
oh my
How she
God.
felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks. but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tire screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's
brave
so
to
hard.
come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people with their in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them. Of course, the emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive. I say to you, that scar on your neck should be a sign of strength and fortitude.
Yes.
You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it.
Yes. She talked about how it was hard to go
Of
back
course,
to
we heard
school
from
because she had
her
all the
mother as
scarring
well.
on her, and how
We
other
saw
kids were
that
cruel about those
PowerPoint
scars.
with the pictures of their journey.
Kids can be so
The
cruel.
road rash on her
Especially
face was
in middle
horrific.
school, around 11,
You
12
can
years
only
old.
you're
get
so
a mental
self-conscious.
picture from
Yeah,
words.
everything
so
is
much.
awkward, so you
But
don't know
to
how to
see
deal
those
with that kind of
actual
stuff.
pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood, and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that?
Right. How could a father do something like that?
Yeah. How could
The
he
last
not
person we
see
heard from
his child
was
in those children?
Victim,
Because he has no empathy.
Exactly.
I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by the conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday, because he was kind of motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up.
Here he goes with his BS again.
She yelled at him. You don't care. She goes, you hit me. I saw you. You knew. You're a child killer. You're a woman killer. She was so flustered. She had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements that I've read
John
for
O'Rourke,
people.
thanks for the super chat.
So gracious. I think they
She's
were
a
all members
fantastic
of the
judge.
Catholic communities. Their statements were translated. Very gracious. Praying for Mr. Brooks. So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer?
So that monitor is on.
If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
Where I'm sure she's really gonna
Go through the
I'll do that.
sentencing factors, and I can only read the top where it says objection, but
objection.
Not a
I can't
pledge.
tell what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go
Don't
back
let
to
him
that
back.
room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him
So
back in. Thank you.
I thought that when she said that the that they could turn the monitor off, that was like his screen, but I guess it was for the map that she had on.
That's what I thought as
Earlier.
well. I thought they were turning off his screen because I wouldn't want to look at him because
Yeah.
he's trying to distract her the whole time, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Agreed.
yeah.
So all right. Well, it is also in some sense it's better to have him in the courtroom if he is going to be peaceful and quiet and all that stuff, because then you know that he's in there to hear it, right? Because if he's in the other room, he can take off the headphones and just ignore and not listen at all, right? So, but if he's at least in the courtroom, you know that he has to hear it even if he's like looking like he's not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it's playing out loud in the courtroom. I think the headphones are only to continue to address his when he faked like he couldn't hear anything and that he needed the assistance of headphones. They have them there for him for hearing impaired people, but he's not making use of them because there's nothing wrong with his hearing.
Okay.
But she continues to provide him with the headphones. But it's playing out in the courtroom because the bailiffs and everything can hear what she's saying. And
That
when
makes
she
sense.
directs them to do things, they do it. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So he could hear either way, but you know, she's just very protective of her record, and I understand that, and genuinely wants to give him an opportunity to participate in everything. And I also understand that. I am just tired of him. Me, Natalie, personally, and me, big defense attorney that I am, would prefer if you just kept him in the other courtroom so we could finish this whole thing up.
Yeah. No, I am with you on that. But her remarks have been so good so far. I mean, just as she has organized this in such a beautiful way, and just going through, you know, most recently she's been going through all of the victims that she's heard from, either when they were testifying during the trial or yesterday when they gave their victim impact statements. And just talking about the effect that this had on the community and on all of these various individuals. I love the fact that she's going kind of one by one through these people and talking about the impact that it had on her as the judge that has to make this determination. I think one of the reasons why in this particular case it's particularly good that she's going through all of these various things is because we all know that that Brooks was actively disengaging from that process yesterday. He was rolling his eyes, he was laughing and scoffing and, you know, doing all this stuff, and so he was trying to at the very least give the impression and the image that he wasn't paying attention, that he was above this whole process, which is obviously insanely disrespectful to all of the victims who were there to talk about the very real ways in which their lives were completely changed forever from this point on, and in such dramatic ways. So it's good that the judge is going through all of these things to say, I heard what you had to say, and this is the impact that it had on me. So that, you know, so that it's like through this process, there is someone who was watching and was listening and was impacted by it.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I think it just, you know, practically speaking, finally the victims have their day. Finally, you know, and where it's not about Mr. Brooks. And she's not even making the sentencing all about him. She said what a terrible person he is. She's addressed his so-called mental health issues. But now the majority of this has been about the victims and the impact that it's had on the community. She spent the most of her time there really putting the focus back on what's most important here, because Mr. Brooks is going to go away for the rest of his life, but this community is going to need to heal. So I just really think this is like a part of like a community catharsis that she's providing them.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think that's why she took the order that she did in starting off by talking about him and the mental health stuff and you know, this and that. And she kind of like gave him his early dressing down, and then because then the rest of the time she can focus on the community and hopefully land on the community, or, you know, maybe tie them up together to say like, Like, and this is why you're going away forever, because of the harms that you have done to this community.
Look at what you've done. Right.
Exactly. So, man.
I was really getting very emotional just now with the judge and just the way that she recounted everything. I had to dip down a little bit because I was getting very emotional.
No, yesterday I went through a number of tissues because it was there were people that were DMing like Rob and Eric to see if they could check up on me to see if I was okay, and I was like, I'm okay, I promise. But it's, I mean, because especially like to hear directly from these there was one of the widowers of one of the dancing grannies. He was like wearing his wife's like dancing granny's sweatshirt.
Please be seated.
That was just like, it was just so cute. Like
the records reflect that it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
Demand anything.
No, your conduct did.
And so here we go.
Anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks, please sit down.
You keep changing
and I'm going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction.
The jurisdiction. Oh, subject matter jurisdiction, it came up.
Mr. Brooks,
bingo.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit down.
I never waived the right to not be present.
That's because you forfeited your right to be present by conduct. You're now back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did what you asked me to do.
You never once pledged to me, sir, that you would not interrupt. And you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that, because at the end of the day, I did what you asked me to do.
Who do you think you're talking to?
You told the bailiff to tell me.
Mr. Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to tell me that I had to write.
It's not a debate. You asked to come over here, and I honored that, and I brought you back.
I exercised my right 3 times. I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never had to do that before. You've never required that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there, after some time, sometimes very short, sometimes an extended period of time.
You are just simply trying to delay the inevitable. Please sit down.
I don't care about the inevitable. It was already written from day one what was going to happen. It doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please sit down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have not been.
Please sit down.
And then Your Honor, you
always
make it seem like
this is not a debate.
You always make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm waving this for like 20 minutes, saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can I come
sit
back?
Down.
It wasn't honored. And then I said, okay, I'll write this, and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen.
Yeah.
The objection sign saying,
I've
exercised my right
to be present. If you stop for a minute,
I have the order of the court.
I'll explain it, but you have to stop I can explain it.
Your Honor, I did what you asked me to do.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain if you would like.
If I didn't, Your Honor, if I did not do what you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me to do?
Because I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question.
Matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down and I will explain and remain quiet without interrupting me.
With all due respect.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect.
Thank you.
When I first said, because every time that I've been brought over there in the past,
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated,
I don't need a history lesson of what I've done.
That when I exercise my right to be present,
untrue.
Completely useless.
You always said, we have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Mr. Brooks?
I know what the requirement was of me going over there. You've always stated on the record that when I exercise my right to be present,
Put
you
him
will bring
out.
me back if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's your exact words, which you said every time.
Which you're
I've
demonstrating
never
right now
never
that
had-
you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or stressed or anything
Him
like that
out.
before.
She should have never
I've
brought him
always
back.
done
Yeah,
it the way
no,
that
I
you
agree.
asked me to do it.
I agree.
No different than
Just-
today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge to me that he will not interrupt me
I put it in writing.
without a pledge.
So then you
why am
shouldn't
I
have
here?
let it back in.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Judge, but
No,
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it, but still, it doesn't answer the question, though, Your Honor. It does not answer the question.
Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, as a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir?
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one
Not
more
at this
time,
time.
and if you refuse
No,
to
you
sit
don't.
down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit
That-
down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now
I
forfeited his
didn't say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll be
I
in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
sit down.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
I'm so tired. He's just really trying to delay the inevitable, and it's not working. You know, I mean, well, it is working. He is getting to delay things, but compared to the rest of your life, he's delaying things by millimeters. You know what I'm saying? By centimeters. This is
Yeah.
the rest of his life. He's never getting out of prison. So enjoy your freedom now. Enjoy this back and forth sparring you have with this judge. You're still going to go to prison for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's one last chance to dance with authority here,
Yes.
basically, to try to assert his power, his dominance, and
Yes.
she's not having it. I think one of the reasons that she kind of struggles with here is the fact that at the first moment when she says, "I'm going to have to send you into the other room," and then he says, "Okay, send me back," which it's a very teenager kind of response, like playing chicken, to say like,
Yeah.
"Fine, take away the keys to my car," you know, and then because it's like he's asking for it, because then it seems like he's taking control of the courtroom then by saying, "I demand to be sent back," you know, because then her response was something like that is not like just some option, some privilege for you to request.
Right,
That is where
right.
I banish you.
Right.
So it's like she's put in this like impossible position where it's like she either has him being unruly in the courtroom, or she has him being in the other room where he has said he would rather be.
Right. But when he's there in the other courtroom, he's begging to come back, flashing his arms and writing a bunch of letters and signs. And
Of course.
he moves the goalposts. It doesn't matter where he is, his constitutional rights are being violated. It doesn't matter what she rules, his constitutional rights are being violated. Right? Or the court has no jurisdiction over him. The court proves their jurisdiction. No, you just didn't do it the right way, so there is no jury. It doesn't matter what she does. He's going to find fault with everything. And that's why at this point, ignore him. Ignore him. Because honestly, he went through a trial. You can just sentence him and he doesn't have to participate in her handing down the sentence. You know, and there's no defendant that has a right to that particular part of things. They have the right to hear what's happening, the presentation by the state, to make any objections to the state's presentation. They think that they violate the rules. He has a right to make his own allocution, mitigating statements, to call witnesses on his behalf, present evidence. But once the judge starts rendering the verdict, that's it. The case, or is rendering the sentence, the case is over. There is nothing else for us as defense to say. You don't get to interrupt the court. So he's out of rope here. He's out of rights, basically. He doesn't have the right to interrupt this, to object to anything the judge is saying. Get him out of that courtroom.
Yeah. Yeah. He has reached the end of the map.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you. And I understand why she probably wanted to have him in the room, is because she wants him present for this part, right? Where she gives the finale. It would be much more satisfying, I think, for her as a judge, especially after having lived through this case for how many weeks now, to be able to give her satisfying end to this. That is probably very cathartic for her as well, to be able to do that in person. But I agree with you. I think that it's just not something that is going to happen, because he's not going to allow it, unfortunately.
He's determined not to be. He is determined to delay this
Thank you. Please be
as
seated.
much as possible.
Yeah. And to just fight for that.
Of course, I do need
control.
to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We are back on the record. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right, which, frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen, but I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom during my sentencing remarks. He immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is, it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial, that when my perspective, things are not going in his direction, things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends to act out, he disrupts, and I'll leave it at that. Once again, I'll confirm he can hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff in the other courtroom. One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues, and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing, is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of. The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who are at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs.
He's about to
Today, I am tasked with sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold. Really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area. And I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony, we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform, he drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the 2 individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all. The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial, after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals.
Oh no. Oh no. What are you doing? No. No, I'm so sorry, you guys.
At times mocking them with hand gestures.
Okay, we're back.
Or rolling his eyes multiple times. That is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done. We may never know the true why, but we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently
I found aggravating
for an
factors.
apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims. The law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here. Acts resulting in probation revocation. Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community, certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not like one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. It's pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle. And he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done.
Yep.
Someone who's
Not
involved
emotionally affected
in
at
an
all.
accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears, not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused, a recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes
Very important.
are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area. Putting your hair up from it being down.
Yeah. Yeah.
No doubt, this is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks.
Yep.
Nothing.
Yep.
He didn't care. This was someone who on prior occasions, charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial.
Ignore him.
That other act's evidence includes
Yeah.
that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr.
Yeah.
Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler. When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing, Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating Erica Patterson, encouraging her to recant, blaming her for what had happened, saying things on that phone call like, "You trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours. Like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did." He ended the call by telling Erica Patterson, "You did this shit and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And you still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here facing all this time."
That is sick.
Repeatedly calls her a bitch. During a phone call on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, "Why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool." He's complaining that she won't help post his bail.
Huh.
"You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?"
Maria, thanks for the super chat. And yeah, that the fact that he said
The
that,
end,
I got nothing
apparently,
but
of
love
that
for her.
conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, "Nah, I didn't try to do anything, because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her like he lied to Detective Carpenter about.
Ooh, call him out. Yes.
This was to confront her. He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's clear Mr.
Yes.
Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention?
Yeah.
If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character. It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone.
Yep.
And that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into
There
this
you go.
courtroom. I will continue.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Judge. Thank you.
This is his prior record, going back to 2000, spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition, and Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing, jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing, 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation,
Jen,
ultimately
Goatee, or
revoked,
Goatee.
serving 11 months.
Thanks so much for the
jail.
super chat. Appreciate not watching this
2012,
alone.
misdemeanor
Same.
bail jumping, possession of
It's a lot better being
THC.
able to watch it with all
number
of
of
you.
other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence, obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with
Such a despicable man.
Not being in compliance with the sex offender registry
No redeeming
requirements for
qualities
which there is an
whatsoever.
outstanding warrant.
0.
In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make it. I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta, 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th. This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past.
Yes.
Someone
exactly.
who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself.
Yep.
To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think is accurate.
Yep.
He disobeys law enforcement. He disrespects court orders.
Yep.
And he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings.
Yep.
Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today, going through the 4 reports related to the special plea. None of those doctors found support for his special plea. Mr. Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God, or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God.
Yes.
Ooh.
Death may be inevitable
Yes.
to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short.
Yes.
You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really three primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations.
Yeah.
There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life.
Yes.
The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another.
Yes.
1 life sentence for Virginia Sorenson.
Yeah.
1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand.
That's 3.
1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospital. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks. I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12.5 years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17.5 years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12.5 years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17 and a half years. 12 and a half years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762 and a half years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17 and a half years, sir, for Nicole White. 17 and a half years for Eleanor Anders, 17 and a half years for Sasha Catalan Castillo. 17 and a half years for Maura Gilchrist. 17 and a half years for Justin Gullickson. 17 and a half years for Harry Guilfoy. 17 and a half years for Aidan Lofgren. 17 and a half years for Theo Maza. 17 and a half years for Tyler Pudliner. 17 and a half years for Connor Tank. 17 and a half years for Eric Teagues. 17 and a half years for Adelia Maffioli. 17 and a half years for Kelly Graybow. 17 and a half years for Josh Craner. 17 and a half years for Riley Rogers. 17 and a half years for Caden Rogers. 17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks. 17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett. 17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho. 17 and a half years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mitchell Lampine. 17 and a half years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow. 17 and a half years for Olivia Stover. 17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover. 17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres. 17 and a half years for Alice Urell. 17 and a half years for Charlotte Urell. 17 and a half years for Vivian Urell. 17 and a half years for Grayson Urell. 17 and a half years for Lola Hospital. 17 and a half years for Tamara Rosentreter. 17 and a half years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff.
For each name.
17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez. 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez, 17 and a half years for Charles Green, 17 and a half years for Lily Green, 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris, 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp, 17 and a half years for Owen Ricciati. On counts 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death, these are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least,
That one I missed.
the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,000, $220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program.
He's got plenty of years in prison to earn that
I'm ordering
money.
DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of these sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony.
He won't sign anything.
You may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the record at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case.
Wow.
We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion stay pending appeal, or we could do it another day?
I want to wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that. All right, I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank
recess.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
There we go.
Oh my God.
Maximum everything.
Consecutive.
Yep.
Not that it was going to be any better for him, but this is the worst possible outcome for any criminal defendant anywhere. Maximum penalties for everything. Consecutive.
Yeah. He that represents himself, or the client that represents himself has a sorry. Not
The man that represents
himself as a fool
or
for a
fool.
client. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Has a client for, no, you were right, has a fool for a client. I can't believe how emotional I got over that. I knew that this was going to happen. I mean, I couldn't have seen her giving him a break on any of the sentence. But my God.
Because, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, this has been a very, very emotional case. And I'm so glad that this sentencing was given, it was rendered today. You know, it's not Thanksgiving week. It's not past the 21st, which would have been the 1 year anniversary of it happening. These families, you know, can have this catharsis. They can have this closure of this trial, and then, you know, turn and deal with the 1 year anniversary. And, you know, and the next, now the holiday season, which of course is so difficult for all of them because last year was insanely difficult. Mm-hmm. But it's like, they can at least close the chapter on this, right? And then move on to the next chapter.
And they deserve it after so many years. They deserve that. After so much time. I shouldn't say years. It's only been a year, but after so much time, they definitely deserve that.
I completely agree. That and so much more, right? And speaking of what the victims and the victims' families deserve, also, I have linked in I have the link in a pinned comment in the chat, and I have it in the description below, the link to the GoFundMe for families and for victims that are verified by GoFundMe. So if you feel like you want to do something tangible to help the families, you're in a position to do so, and you want to, there's a link right there that you can follow to help out these families, because those medical bills, I'm sure that many of them are still, there are plenty of people that probably are still dealing with medical issues from this, and they probably will for a while. So helping them with those medical bills, I am certain will be very much appreciated. And
Can
if you
you
can't,
DM me that link?
yeah,
Alita?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Actually, I'll give it to you in the private chat right now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, it's, yeah, very emotional. Definitely very emotional.
Yeah. I saw a few people in the chat, and I understand it, saying right before she handed on the sentence, "Oh God, she's taking forever. She's taking a long time. Get to the point," right? Because it's like in a way it's a foregone conclusion. We knew he was at least getting life in prison. We knew he wasn't going to have the possibility of parole on those murder charges. But the judge does have to consider certain things in a sentence, and she laid out what those factors were. Things like his criminal history, his demeanor, his social behavior, whether or not he's committed any similar offenses in the past, his mental health history. Those are all factors to consider in sentencing. And usually every state has like a statutory scheme by which they decide those factors. And so when you don't ever want him to have appealed and said, she didn't even consider the factors, and so she's laying out on the record meticulously. And sometimes those factors intersect. And so she was actually very organized in the factors that she was considering about his personal history, his criminal history, things like that, mental health, all those different things. So when she was considering all those factors, it's just that sometimes the bullet points for each factor would be in another factor as well. A part of his behavior was that he abused Erica Patterson, you know what I'm saying? And in a similar way to how he committed these crimes. So that's going to go under his social history and under his criminal history. So she's not really belaboring the point. She's just ensuring that the appellate court, once they review this, knows she's considered all the factors and he cannot say otherwise. She's just protecting the record.
Exactly. HWS, thanks for the super chat, wants to know how many years total is that? Well, for the 17 and a half that was like the bulk of them. I think that's like, I think that's like 1,050, that alone. And on top of the life sentences. So, I mean, this is we're talking like biblical Genesis years, right?
Right.
Like talking about so-and-so lived for 500 years. Like
this is Methuselah. This is Methuselah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like this is like, it's at a certain point, it's like the numbers are so astronomical that they don't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But also HWS, how dare you ask lawyers to do math? Don't you know who we are? We cannot do math. That's why we went to law school, every single one of us.
Exactly. And I really appreciated Judge Dorow's comment on that too, to be like, I'm not really good at math, but
yeah.
And all three of us, Ian was here for that too. All three of us were like, no, we understand.
Yes. Just one quick other little jokey about that. I was in court today, and my client was being sentenced in a plea. And the judge asked me to calculate his credit for time served, because he was going to get credit for how much time he'd already been in jail. And I said, well, he was in jail from this time to this time, and then he was released for a bit to go do a program. He finished the program. He came back as instructed. He was here from this time to this time. And then he went to another jurisdiction, and then he came back and he was here from this time to this time. And he was like, yeah, well, how many days is that? And I was like, okay, give me a second. And I go to my phone to pull up my calculator. And he's like, you can't just calculate that in your head. And I was like, no, that's why I went to law school. He's like, oh, I couldn't calculate that in my head either. I was hoping that you wouldn't pick up on it. And then the state laughed because she was like, I can't calculate it either, So it's a common joke amongst lawyers that none of us can do math.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Like
judges.
this is why we went to law school, right?
Right. Hello, Kitty.
Yeah, this is Holmes.
Hi,
Who,
Holmes.
is trying to get into my felting box again because he likes to steal all of the felt. And also thanks for the super chat. Sandra Ramirez says, praying for each and every person who was affected by Brooks' actions, hoping they find some measure of peace. Yes, agreed. Thank you for the beautiful words, beautiful sentiment. And I definitely agree. I will say, so I'm gonna wrap this up now, but before I do, I would like to end on a light note. And so I will share my screen for just one little bit of levity here. I hope you guys can appreciate it. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this on social media, but I love this video. And this is just exactly perfect for this, I think, right now.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my fuck around line. How much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. I hope it was helpful. Thank you.
That's for Darrell Brooks right there.
So good. So good.
I absolutely love that video.
And Mr. Brooks is the ultimate example of that. He fucked around and he found out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow.
Fun times. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And yeah. So, and also as I like to end these live streams when we are talking about dark subjects and whatnot, if you are feeling the weight of this subject that we have been sitting in together here, feeling the emotions, recognizing the emotions is a very good and healthy thing. Just don't allow it to weigh you down. And if you feel like you need to see something good in the world because we've been looking at so much darkness, try to find one good thing that you can do for someone else, whether that's a human being, an animal, a plant, or otherwise. Just one small act can help to make this world a better place. So that's my bit of advice that I like to give at the end of these kind of live streams, because I hate leaving it on a sad note or on a on a heavy note.
Yeah.
So otherwise, any other final thoughts, Natalie?
The happy note I always leave my streams with is say hi to your grandmas for me. And I say that because growing up, I used to always make friends with everyone's parents and grandmas. Everyone's parents and grandmas loved me. And I had a especially, I think, close relationship with my grandma, and I miss her to this day. So I love talking to people's grandmas, and elderly people are some of my favorite people. And so I always say that, like, no matter what we've been talking about, like, don't forget your grandma and your grandpa. Make sure you call them and visit them and make them feel good. So say hi to your grandmas for me.
Absolutely. I love that. KP, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Loving the duo with the two of you this afternoon. It's a good vibe. You should do it more often. I agree. I always love having Natalie over.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, KP. Shibaka Wookie, objection. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you again to everybody that has watched with us, everyone that is in the chat, or if you're watching quietly, outside of the chat. All of the super chats have been lovely. All of the regular chats have been lovely. And thank you to everyone for helping to make this space a good place for people to come and approach these tough topics, sometimes have differences of opinions, bring their emotions, and kind of work through all of it together. I absolutely love this community and every single person that contributes to it. And of course, last but not least, the mods that really help to enforce the rules and make sure that this is a safe space for all of these people to come in and dialogue really well with all of these topics.
Shout out to the
so
moderators. They're the best,
always,
aren't they? Yeah.
always,
Mhm.
always, always, always. And Kate, Eliza, thanks so much for this last super chat. Natalie, will you sing Do You Want to Build a Box Fort?
Do you want to build a box fort? The lyrics were by Uncivil, and I need his lyrics. But yeah, that was a
You have a
beautiful
fantastic
moment.
singing voice.
Oh, I thank you. That was a lovely moment we had where Uncivil was in the chat. Mr. Brooks was building a box fort. Things were very surreal. And Uncivil just preemptively wrote, to the, well, I interpret it as the tune of Do You Want to Build a Snowman? And he said I was right, of Do You Want to Build a Box Fort? And I have to talk to Kurt again to see if he can remember those lyrics, or I have to find the screenshot in the video. Maybe I'll play it in my next stream or something, because those were good times.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Alrighty. With that, thank you again to everybody. This has been fantastic, and I will see you guys in the next video.